What's going on, people? How's everybody doing? Hopefully everybody's having an awesome Saturday. We don't have anybody in the live yet, but we're going to leave it open for a little bit and see if folks join. And we're going to give it a little time. So in lieu of that, I'm going to, throw the, hey, what's going on? What's going on? Everybody's in the house. What's happening? What's happening? Welcome to Saturday. Awesomeness. I was a little nervous. I was like, oh, shucks. I'm about to be here by myself. I'm going to pop this into the Kim Dog Mama. Ty, Wendy's in the house. Rosamund Harris. Jada P. What's going on? Here's the link. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity. Erica, what's going on? Raiders Ma, hey, what's happening? To see the foolishness, like this whole week was jam-packed with stupidity. Okay, jam-packed with stupidity. Lizzie B, what's happening? Yeah, this whole like from pillar to post. I mean, it was just crazy. You had a lot of firsts, and of course we have Sister Wives airing on Sunday, but you had Seeking Sister Wives, that aired. That was a damn dumpster fire. Then of course you had Special Forces, which I'm sure we'll probably be talking about. And speaking of which, I will be releasing a video talking about Special Forces, and I'm going to give an insight that I don't think many people will pick up on. Like, I see it coming a mile a damn way. All right. And I'm telling you, it is crazy. Like what I think Cody is actually doing. Like I'm going to say it here for you guys. I think when we looked at it, we had it wrong. When we made the guess that Cody was trying to reintroduce himself to a new sister wife audience, I think we had it wrong, guys. I do. So yeah. I'm gonna be releasing that video. I gotta drop that video. I gotta put everything together. I'm gonna lay my facts out and I'm gonna make the case that I think we're wrong. And if I'm not wrong, there's a possibility I guess I might be proven right, because if Cody ever sees it, or if somebody, who watches my channel talks to Cody, they'll explain to him why he should do the thing that I think he's trying to do. Because it could actually be very lucrative for him. Yeah. So yeah, I'm not and I know some of you guys are like, James, what is it? Tell us now. Well, I got to get all my facts together. This is gonna be a My Take exclusive. Okay. So, but I'm sitting there like, oh yeah, I got it all figured out.
Sure, Jan.
Sure, Jan. Sure, you got to figure it out. Just like every other YouTuber on the place got everything figured out. You know it all. Oh, it's not working. There we go. Gotta raise this up a little bit. If you guys want to join, we got plenty of room on the on the round table. There's empty seats at the round table. So you're more than welcome. Thank you, Ty. Appreciate that. Did you guys have an opportunity? Let's start talking about it. Do you guys have an opportunity to see? Let's take a step back and move forward. Did you guys watch Seeking Sister Wives, which is like the precursor, I guess, to Sister Wives? Like how that whole family could have come together, like the decisions that are made early on. That's kind of why I like Seeking Sister Wives. I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to see. You can just put it in the chat if you. I'm just curious. Yeah. I got to do it, Kim. I got to do a short on that because my lady had said something, and I was just like, yeah, that's it. You know what I mean? The vibes on that was just crazy. The vibes was crazy. The way, there's a point in special forces where, Cody, or at least when I was sitting there watching it, the guy Jussie Smollett, right? Jussie Smollett, Smollett, Jussie Smollett, um, the guy that was on there, and Cody's like, "You're Jussie. What's your last name? Smollett? Oh, like, you know, he's trying to get approval, like constantly trying to get people to reinforce his lie." Right, that he got jumped by, he got jumped by two roving crazy MAGA weirdos apparently in Chicago in the coldest day in history. In Chicago, they were just trolling the streets looking for random black gay guys walking down the street. um that lie is stupid as shit. But he wants people to believe the lie so bad, and he's still standing on the fact, even though he's like, yeah, I've been accused of lying. This is the dude, Jussie Smollett, Smollett, Jesse. I'm just calling him Jesse because it gets on my nerves. I'm trying to fancy up his damn name. He's just a commonplace liar. But yeah, we're gonna get into that Ty or Wendy. But he's trying to convince people, because at one point, Jussie Smollett, and I'll pull his picture up. Hold on a second. He was saying that yeah, people are trying to accuse me, alleging that I lied, and it's not right, or some shit like that he was saying. But the truth of the matter is, bruh, it's not that people allege that you were lying. You were adjudicated, meaning that you're adjudicated a liar, meaning that 12 people or a judge sat in a box and decided that you were being dishonest. After listening to all the evidence, the whole case, they decided that you were lying. So you're a liar now. Like, that's it. Like, there's no coming back off that shit. And so the whole time I feel like he's trying to get people to buy into that bullshit lie, right? Trying to prove himself. And I think that when it comes to Cody, he's doing the same thing. Like, he's trying to get that approval so desperately from anybody who'll give it to him. Like, he wants my feelings on it, his first performance. First up, I think he did better physically than I anticipated. I mean, it's the first day, but he looked like he was hanging in there. So he took the time to prepare himself for this particular challenge. I'll give him that. Because, like I said, I'm going to be honest about it. But when rubber meets road, he's so worried about trying to stand out as a leader, and by being a leader, what I'm what I'm specifically referring to is, I think when Cody was trying to exude himself as a leader, he's not just trying to be the leader of the platoon leader. He wants to put himself on the same level as the instructors. So he's trying to take the position of an instructor, how he would think a coach or an instructor would do it. So it's almost that thing when he was telling the guy, this is how you breathe. Breathe in, breathe out. And the guy told him, shut the fuck up. Like that whole thing. I think that was Cody not saying it for the football player, but he was actually saying it for the staff people. They like to be called staff. So he was saying it for the staff people to recognize him as, wow, that Cody Brown, he's really here in the trenches. He's a real leader. He's one of us. That's what he wants. That's what he was going for. And it just isn't. It's not going to work. So yeah, I think that that's the whole thing. But yeah, and that was the weird part too. Do we think, Cody would even know Jussie. I don't think he knew Jussie Smollett from the show. Like Jussie, when he introduced himself and asked about him, Jussie was trying to say it like he knew him from the show. I don't think he knew him from the show. I think he knew him from the lie. I think he knew him from the lie where he said that because Cody is affiliated with the MAGA groups. And well, hell, I think he's even further beyond like MAGA. I think he's actually closer to QAnon. So, and this is speculation. I don't know. I don't talk to this dude. But being that far out, there's no way. If you watched Empire, I watched Empire. I saw Empire, right? I didn't watch it. After Jussie got in trouble, I stopped watching it, in fairness. But I did watch the show, and he was decent on the show, right? And the show requires a certain level of acceptance and tolerance of people in the LGBTQ plus community because so much of the show was geared towards that, right? There were episodes upon episodes where you would go like 4, 5, 6 episodes where there wouldn't be any heterosexual interactions, but there will be plenty of like damn near sex scenes with Jussie Smollett, slobbing down and getting ready to get busy with a dude, or somebody else, doing that same type of stuff. So it wasn't a show that a guy who considers himself a manly man and a Mr. Macho Man is going to necessarily watch. In addition, the show itself was about a rap mogul, kind of like P. Diddy, and they did songs on the show. We'll talk about that in a second. They did songs on the show that were actually very like in the genre of rap and R&B. Cody doesn't strike me as a rap R&B guy. So maybe pop, but I don't see him sitting through a rap show. You understand what I mean? I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion. I just don't think that's the thing. So I don't think this show had anything for him, which is fine. You know what I mean? Not everything is for everybody. That's why they have channels on the TV, right? So you can watch what you want and enjoy what you want, what you feel comfortable with, what you like. You don't have to sit there and, I'm not going to be prejudiced against gays or blacks, so I'm going to watch this show I have no interest in. Like, I don't watch shows I'm not interested in. I'm not going to watch a 2-hour documentary on fishing. Like, it's just, you know what I mean? It doesn't blow my skirt up, so I don't care. That's why they have channels on the TV. And if I turn all the channels and I don't see something I like, I just turn that bad boy off. That's why I got $2 on it. So it is what it is. But I think that Cody knows who he is. And I think that the one part that kind of tickled me is that he was mocking Jussie Smollett for, let me just pull a picture, because some of you might not even be familiar with who this dude is. You know what I mean? Because he's not super duper famous. He's not that guy. As much as he might like to pretend that he's that guy, he's not that guy. Right? Let me hold on one second. This up. There we go. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, he tries to hold himself out as being like super duper famous, but he's not famous. If anything, this is like the show of like, I don't know, be an asshole, but this feels like the show of like the broken toys. Like, if you ever watched Toy Story, it feels like that. Like they're all broken toys. Like people who were on a show at one point or doing something, and I just blew that. And like something went wrong. Like everybody on this show has a problem, and I think that that's where it's at. Like everybody on this show has a problem. They were, the football player, he had a tremendous amount of promise when he first started. He was, a Heisman Trophy winner. He was the golden boy who never panned out. So the guy that Cody latched himself onto was a guy who just basically had a non-start. When he went into the NFL, he didn't do dick in NFL. And then he left and basically got kicked out because he got cut from the team because he was drinking and boozing and doing drugs and stuff, allegedly. And he left the NFL, got cut from his teams. Nobody else would pick him up. I think he bounced to a couple teams, and then nobody else picked him up. Then after that, he tried to go to like some of the expansion leagues, like the AAFL, the XFL, and places like that, little, world league places. And he couldn't even get hired there. This is Jussie Smollett. This is the guy I was talking about, the black guy I was talking about. He's part of the LGBTQ plus community, which I don't think Kody necessarily respects people of that community. So already you got strike one, strike two. Kody doesn't really respect women, and he keeps going on this man stuff. So I think that's going to create like a problem or issue. Let's check some of the comments. Yeah, his sister's way more famous. His sister was actually in the most recent Batman, like the one with Patton. She's also been in tons of TV shows, movies. She's been on new Netflix stuff. She's done a lot more than he has. It's crazy. They said low-key, Kody is basically a variation of a Lucius Lyon, a broke, untalented variation. But a variation nonetheless. I can see that. Lucius. Oh man, we got a local art switch in the house. Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. How's life treating you?
Good. It's going well. The kids are back in school. Life is coming together. So I didn't see the special forces, but I did see a clip about him talking to Jussie Smollett, and where you were mentioning, I was wondering because he went up and he's like, "What's your name?" And Jussie said his name. He's like, "What's your last name?" And then he asked it again or something. I was wondering if he somehow knew about some of the issues around Jussie, or if he was told somehow, because I don't see him paying attention to those type of things. If he somehow knew about Jussie's faking the hate crime that happened.
Yeah, I think that's how he knew him.
Yeah,
I don't think he knew him from the show. I don't see Kody, and maybe it's just my thing. Maybe I got it wrong. I'm reading Kody wrong. But I just don't see Kody sitting down with a box of popcorn like, oh, I can't wait to see what Lucius Lyon and Kitty, cookies into this week. Like, I just don't see that. Like, I love that. Because if he did watch the show, that was one of the things I wanted to mention. There were 2 songs on Empire. Actually, there was a point where after Garrison passed, I was going to produce one of those songs and do one of those songs for live. But the song is Bad Thing, Good People. Where basically one of the sons, like the guy Jussie Smollett, his brother on the show had lost his wife or lost his child because one of the other brother's wives pushed her down the steps, and he lost his baby in utero. She had a miscarriage. And there was a song that Jussie Smollett actually did called Good People, where basically saying that, things not necessarily happen for a reason, but just trying to work your way through grief. And I thought it was very fitting for Garrison's passing.
Yes.
There's another song from Empire that I think is so poignant, especially when it comes to Kody and how he treats his kids, and it's called Good Enough. Where basically, again, Jussie Smollett's character is singing this song. Jamal Lyon is singing this song, where his father, when he came out as a little boy, he put on his mom's clothes. He was playing dress up, and he came out with heels on and like a boa or whatever. And Lucius was sitting there with his father was sitting there with all his friends. and he picks up, he sees his son standing there with like high heel shoes on and his boa, and he picks him up and takes him outside and throws him in the trash. Right? During the show. It is very powerful.
Oh, yeah.
And while he's singing a song, he's basically saying, like, this whole time I've been chasing after you, trying to get your approval. And why am I not good enough for you to like me? Why don't you like me at all? Why don't you want to spend time with me? And that song is very relevant, I think, to a lot of what's happened between what we watch with Cody and his children on the show.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
wasn't it Aspen? Was it Aspen that literally asked why she wasn't good enough or why her dad didn't love her? It was one of Christine's girls.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And that's what I mean. Like, because I think that would be a natural response for kids in that situation. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
So, yeah. What's going on, Megatron? You in? Oh, maybe she.
Oh, you got your mic off, Megatron.
Yeah, Megatron's up on the deck. She's in the at the table. We have plenty. Oh, just so everybody knows, we have plenty of room at the round table. So we still got seats. If you guys want to hit the link, you can join in. I see Daisy in the house. Salute, Daisy. What's going on?
Where's Daisy?
I love Daisy. Like, if I could be half as cool as Daisy, I'd be doing something.
Yeah, right. If I could only be half as cool as Daisy. Daisy bring the fire. But yeah, I mean, I think that you said you didn't have an opportunity to say it. I think that what's this? YouTube is my time machine. What's going on? YouTube is my time machine. They said Aspen asked him why he didn't like her. And I think that's a fair question. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, I think that's a fair question based on, why you didn't spend time with me, why you didn't, seek me out for, if I'm available and I want to spend time with you, but you don't seem to be able to find any time for me, but you can find time for everybody else. That would be a question. What have I done to make you so offended?
Yes.
Yeah. This is the part I was talking about, Julian Kinkle. Because after, I think the scene that you're referring to was, oh, you're Jussie Smollett. Yeah. What's your last name? Who are you? He knew damn well who he was.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he's talked about him. Because whether you watch the show or not, everybody knew about this dude lying about these MAGA folks trying to create a scene for himself. And then Cody whispered, second chancers. After finding out Jussie Smollett's names, he likely read news on him on hate crime items. Yeah. And then he says that he wants second chances, and he scoffed him for wanting second chances. But dumbass, that's why your ass is on the show.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at him for?
It's I think he's on like his fifth chance, James.
Program, laughing at people on welfare. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, weren't you on
when you drawing checks from the same place?
Right. Yes, you were on welfare, but it's like rules for thee, but not for me.
Right.
And I've been reading a little bit of the Book of Mormon, and I wonder how much he perceives that maybe Jussie doesn't deserve a second chance. I hate that I'm about to say this, but because of the color of his skin.
Right.
The Mormons really care about, what do they call it? White and delightsome. Because they perceive that if you, like, we're souls choosing bodies to go into, and like if the highest thing you can get into is like a white Mormon family, and then there's just regular white folk, and then it's people of other skin colors. Like, it does say that dark-skinned people are more cursed or whatever. I don't know if they're getting that from whatever. And I'm in Second Nephi, which is still the beginning of the Book of Mormon, but it is beginning to discuss converting some of the Aboriginals in America. And it's describing how they become white once they've been saved. So I wonder, and I could be completely wrong, but I do wonder if that's part of why he doesn't perceive that Jussie maybe deserves a second chance. And at first I was surprised that he would even hear about something like that, but he trolls red pill and probably MAGA type stuff. So it's probably all over his news feed, right? Like this confirmation bias that they're all like that or whatever.
Yeah, hey, what's going on, Daisy? Yeah, I think that he would like the very it's a weird place for me because I don't really like to blame this or that, especially when it comes to racial issues. But when push comes down to shove, we're going to call it what it is, and we're going to be completely honest and transparent on it. Mormons and people of that ilk have had a problem baked in to their religion since its inception. In fact, they didn't let Black people, like I couldn't join the Church of Mormon even if I wanted until like almost the 80s. I think it was like 1978, June 8th, 1978. So it was my birthday month. So I could have become a Mormon on my birthday. But it wasn't until almost the damn 80s. So they just let us in. So it's not really a thing. And I don't think we could be priesthood holders or hold certain positions within the church until much, much later. In fact, I don't think we still can. So it's a weird place for that.
Yes.
And there's a creator named Take Two. And I wanted to bring her on the show to talk about, because she was a trad wife. She's from a Mormon background. And most recently, she started talking about being a former white supremacist because she was a part of, like, she's equating that religion to white supremacy. And I don't know if I necessarily can look at them and all of them and say, you're all this way. I don't think that that's fair either. But
no, and that's why I felt weird even mentioning it. And, I am fairly white. I glow in the sun.
Right.
It's kind of painful to look at me because I'm so white in the sunlight. And so it's a really awkward place to be the one pointing it out, because I feel like that's not my place. But as a person reading the Mormon Bible for the first time without the indoctrination beforehand, I feel like I'm noticing things that maybe a raised Mormon would not notice. And like when I grew up with the regular, I shouldn't call it that, with the Bible, I would justify certain things I was reading in there, trying to bring together these two ideas of what I was reading versus what I was being told. Now, I know a lot of people here are Christians, and I believe James himself is, I think. I could be wrong. It doesn't matter in a lot of ways. But when I was first reading it, I remember struggling with the plagues during Exodus and this type of stuff. How can that be happening? And this God be a good, loving, just God when babies are not surviving? And at some point the cognitive dissonance is so strong that you have to make something up in order to bring all these ideas together. So that might be what this ex-trad wife person was doing, is like, if this is true, then this other thing also must be true.
Right. Well, because I'll let you guys in on a Megatron. You're up if you want to chime in. Hey, what's happening?
I'm just getting here. Like I'm what we talking about?
Oh, we're talking about the like just the position of the Mormon church or the Mormon church, as far as why, giving some background as to why Cody may have additional issues with Jussie.
So y'all thinking this race?
It might be. I mean,
I think it's because he's gay.
But
I think it's because he's gay. He's Black, he's gay, and then he came for quote unquote the MAGA people, lying, or he's lying on my brethren, and I think honestly, I think it's more so he lied on the MAGA people, and that's offensive to Kody because we're supreme and he came from my people. So I think it's more so of that than him being black. I can see it being in layers. Well, he came for the MAGA supporters who, these are all my friends and I support them and I give money. Then he's black and then he's gay.
Yes. I didn't know that Jussie was gay. Like, I am very out to lunch when it comes to like a lot of things, right? Like, I don't pay enough attention, I suppose. I try, but that makes sense as well. Cause I was like, why else would you think you deserve a second chance? So why doesn't this other person do that? And it's because of my recent reading of the Mormon text that made me wonder if it was about skin color, but his sexuality.
I think it's the MAGA, him being gay, and then I think black's on the bottom. I think it's more so you came from my brethren, my friends, and those are good people that you lied on, and Cody's a jerk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that, like I said, I think it might be baked into the cake. Here's my position on it, though, and I'll be frank about it. Like, when I had a disagreement with another YouTuber, I won't call him out, but that was one of the things that they brought up. They said, well, you're defending Kody and he's a racist or whatever, because this is what the AUB believe. And that, first of all, I don't like the lever that you're trying to pull by saying I should dislike him because he's a racist. My thing is this: all of them, because I don't know them personally, as far as I know, all of them could be, card carrying members. You understand what I mean? But when push comes down to shove, right is right, wrong is wrong. I don't have to agree with your positions on me. I don't have to agree with your positions on society or whatever the case may be. But if you're doing your family wrong or you're doing things that could potentially hurt somebody, nobody deserves to get hurt. That's just my personal opinion. So I'm not going to give fear or favor because I don't like your position as far as who I am or what I'm about. When it comes to like Cody's whole thing, I do think that, like, I respect the fact, Local Art Switch, that you didn't recognize the fact that Jussie was gay. The only reason I know he was gay is because, like I said, I watched the show and I've seen the interviews.
And he's open, like he's openly gay.
Yeah, so he's not quiet about it. And then also when he was convicted, he said that he was being railroaded because he's the gay Tupac. So I mean, like he put it out there. It's not like it's a secret. But at the same time, I commend you just because of the fact that at the end of the day, it shouldn't matter. You know what I mean? I don't care. Like who you sleep with, what you do is none of my business. Like if you have a relationship, and I've said this even with regard to the sister wives, the Brown family, they used to always come out and say, "Oh, you guys are just trying to stop me because I'm a polygamist." And my whole thing was, bruh, I don't give a shit if y'all was all just, that's none of my business. You do you, boo boo, whatever. However you get your freaky deek on, whatever your free card is, you pull it. But when you start involving your children or you start involving kids or start affecting young people who didn't volunteer for this or go along with it, that's where I start to have issues with it. But other than that, I mean, knock yourself out. I can't tell you what to do and what not to do,
Yeah. Yeah, they're like, especially when they keep having children. I know it's part of their mandate or whatever, but when you keep having children and money is tight. Now, accidents happen, right? And I don't know how easy it is to get on like birth control or that type of thing in the States, in Utah, wherever it was that they were. So, accidents happen. Things can, but when you can't feed your children, like I don't even blame them or dislike that they were on SNAP or WIC or welfare, because obviously they needed it, but they wouldn't have. Some people say it's like part of polygamy almost to be on welfare, but I don't think I believe that to be true. Like,
well, I think that for the average person looking at like average income, if you're bringing in it's not so much the fact that you have multiple adults and multiple marriages, it's all the kids. And if you have an average salary, like unless you bang it, like if you killing the bank, then it doesn't matter. But you know, if you sit on top of like Elon Musk money, it don't matter that he have 12 kids because he can provide for all those kids.
Not that he chooses to.
Yeah. But if you making like $30,000-$40,000 a year and you have 10 kids or 6-7 kids, you just don't have enough.
Irresponsible.
It's crazy. I mean, I don't want to be an asshole about it, but it is crazy.
Well, that's just like I kind of got into it with one of the people in the chat a couple call-in shows back where they were like, "Oh, Jussie, he abused resources," and I said, "Well, Cody did the same thing. Why are you having 18 kids that you can't feed, and you got to go to the food stamp office and get help with them?" Okay, now here I am with 1 or 2, and they're saying, "Well, oh, we can't help you because we got this family that got 18 kids." Well, that's the same thing. He took away resources from people that possibly needed it. And that's what I was trying to get that person to understand. They are both basically on the same playing field. Right. But you're criticizing Jussie when he paid all the money back. Cody ain't, I don't recall Cody having to pay back the state of Utah or Wyoming or wherever they were getting these benefits my personal thing is it's irresponsible to have a lot of kids you can't take care of.
Right.
Yeah. And Cody hasn't even paid back his wives, so much less the state of Utah. So
you know what I'm saying?
What are we even?
So that's what I was trying to get that person to understand. Like they basically both did the same thing, just in different forms. Cody took resources. Well, I mean, so why is Jussie on the cross and not Cody? Like that's what I was trying to get her to understand.
Yeah, they're hanging next to each other, but
you know what I'm saying.
At the end of the day, like Jussie. Everybody on that show, and here's the thing: if you never watched Special Forces, this is what they do. This isn't like a lot of the shows that, like, even the criticism I leveled against Sister Wives historically. This show isn't like that, where you do some stuff, you go through some things, and nobody ever talks about it again. They will bring your shit up. So Jussie is going to be sitting in that same room that football player was in, and he had to answer the questions about how he blew his chance or his opportunity to make millions of dollars because he didn't know how to put the damn bottle down. He's like, Jussie's going to be sitting there and have to answer questions about his false allegations and the ramifications of those allegations. Like, I don't like false allegations because it not only damages the your credibility as a person who's putting that false allegation out, but it also damages the credibility of anybody who tries to say that something happens in the future. Or in a political dynamic that we have currently, where people will come out and say, I did this because they did that. Like, it's all about whataboutism. So Jussie did some damage to not only himself, but the larger community. Then, of course, you have Cody, who is wreaking havoc in his personal life, 1, but 2, he's also presenting this as a viable option to traditional marriage. So you can inspire people to mess their lives up if they're not prepared to actually try to do this, because you put it on the easy button. So he has a lot to answer for too. And Cody has a lot of vulnerabilities. Like, he's sitting there all proud and happy now, but his ass is going to be in that box crying. I'm guaranteeing it.
I can't wait.
Yeah, they're gonna rip him. You know,
especially when the guy told him to shut the F up. Did you see it?
Yes, you did.
I saw that clip.
Yeah, we watched it.
And I'm wondering if the Special Forces did their background on him I'm hoping they bring up, okay, so can we all agree that when he says, I'm doing this for my kids, he's not talking about the OG-13. He's talking about Robyn's kids.
Right.
100%.
He's
not even talking about Garrison.
Yeah, he's talking about Robyn's kids. And so when he kept saying my kids and I'm doing this for my kids and my kids, and I think it was a couple people in the chat was like, but you don't talk to your kids. And I'm like, y'all, he's not talking about those kids. He doesn't even claim them kids. Like, he's talking about Robyn's kids here.
Right.
Yeah.
Can we all agree? Because that's the vibe. I'm like, when he refers to my kids, it's just Robyn's kids.
Well, it's the same way when he told Isabel that I can't be away from my family for that long.
Yeah.
And see, that's what I was saying. That's what I'm like,
Same thing.
why are they keep thinking he's talking about the OG? He's not talking about them. Because when he refers to them, they're Janelle's kids. He doesn't even refer to Leon. It's always Janelle's kids or Christine's kids when he's talking about that set of kids. But when he says my kids, I mean, I don't know about anybody else. I just automatically assume Robyn's kids.
Right.
Yeah, same. He only counts all of the kids when it comes to, well, when it came to Coyote Pass. He only counts them all when it benefits him in some way, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
No, you guys keep going. I got to do something real quick. I'll be right
back. Okay. I was like, oh no, James, where'd you go?
Right. No, I'm still here.
When it benefits him, when, you know, it comes to taking accountability, because all of a sudden, you know, kids will be like, oh, I just haven't talked to my dad. And all of a sudden he got 18 kids that he has to talk to.
Yeah, and how could you possibly keep up?
Right. So, and I'm sure he used that excuse like when he forgot Gabe's birthday. He's just like, oh, I just have all these kids. Babe, you got a calendar on your phone.
Yeah.
I know you have a smartphone. So you
schedule that in. Like, I don't even blame him for not being able to recall everybody's birthday. Like, that is a lot of birthdays.
Mm-hmm.
But schedule that in.
That's a part of responsibility when you made them.
Yeah.
I can't even give him that because if you couldn't remember 18, you shouldn't have had 18.
Yeah. Yeah. Realistically, that is the correct answer. But like, if you notice that because like sometimes time goes faster than you realize it's going, you know, like I feel like I thought it was one night and 2 weeks passed or something. And I'm like, oh shoot, I gotta, you know, like Thanksgiving is coming up I'm Canadian. So Thanksgiving's coming up real fast. And it surprises me every year because I'm more aware of when American Thanksgiving happens. So it's, you know, so sometimes it's easy to lose yourself in time. But once again, either don't have 18 kids or use your smartphone to schedule it. Like it's not rocket science.
But the thing for me is he wouldn't forget Robyn's kid's birthday. So the other kids should be afforded that same courtesy.
Well,
and go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, wasn't it always the mom's job of whatever bunch of kids to remind Cody when each birthday was coming up? Like Robyn wouldn't let him forget.
I think Christine was the one who reminded Cody, who made sure that it was on Cody's radar when everybody's, including Robyn's kids, when everybody's birthday was. And for Robyn, Gabe's birthday is a few days after Robyn. So she knows that his birthday is coming up. And as a mom, as a parent, I get that they were sick, but you know, if Aurora's birthday was in a few days, even while they were sick, she would make sure that Cody knew that Aurora's birthday was coming up.
I think it was Gabe, Gwen, and Aurora are all right there within the same like week or so of each other.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, see, there's a part of this too that I think is a little more dark, just from like the traditional perspective. Like Cody approaches the family, and rightly or wrongly, but he approaches the family that the children are the responsibility of their mothers. And so Linda's here. So if they want to do some stuff, or if they want, like, they have birthdays, holidays, it's on the mothers to bring that to Cody's attention. It's not on him to remember. It's on them to remind him. And if he forgets, it's because they didn't.
It's someone else's fault.
Yeah. They didn't tell me that it's your birthday. Your mom, you know, Janelle didn't call me and tell me it was your birthday. That's why I didn't call you on your birthday. And I think that the darker part of that is that
go ahead.
You know, the part that's like a little jacked up, and not to victim blame, but I guess I'm a victim blame. When push comes down to shove, he's that way because it was reinforced. Even if he came into the relationship with that position, it was reinforced by his wives who supported him in that position.
Enablers.
Right.
Yeah.
They enabled his behavior.
So long that, you know, this, I don't understand why it's a problem now.
Yes.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, in that area, I'm with you, James. Even on sort of on Cody's side, like if suddenly, you know, if I'm being taken care of in certain ways for all these years and suddenly it's not being done, that probably comes as a surprise. Like I've never had to do this. Now
You're
suddenly,
right.
And that in itself is so sad.
Yeah.
James, can you hear me?
Yes, you're in the house.
Oh, hi. Hey, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday.
Good morning. Afternoon.
All right.
Afternoon.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It's already one. Listen, I had a late night, y'all. I woke up late. I just realized it's almost one.
On too.
So yeah, so I'm on my phone. I usually put it on my TV. So I think, was it Local Art which said something that just resonated? I think as the women got exposed to the outside world and they see how the real world works as opposed to their cult, they were expecting Kody to be knowledgeable and get that as well. But they don't realize. And I came to that when your show was fire last Thursday, James. Oh my God. I also stayed up late watching that too when I got home. That's why I went to bed late. For what we've learned from Notes to Self, he's acting exactly as he should in the role of his cult. And he is keeping that tunnel vision because remember, he was 22. He came back from his mission and his parents had already converted. And that was perfect for him because that's who he was. I think he's either a sex addict or I think there's really some real maliciousness in him that we're only just seeing now and again, but there's something truly malicious about him. And the fact that he's not willing to grow as a man, as a human being, as a father, and realize, hey, I need to take more accountability. He makes excuses. Like I'll never forget in a cameo that I saw and in things that he said that God puts he meant to say hormone, but God puts a certain magic in women that they just love their kids no matter what. But it's not the same for the men. That's his excuse to be an asshole. If I come across it, I'm gonna send it to you. But he's really making the excuses that what I'm doing is not wrong. Like we already know that he plays the I'm not wrong, everybody else is wrong but me. But that is who he is. And we have a saying in Spanish that is very hard for me to translate, but it's almost like they say some women are women and they're never mothers. Well, some men are men and they're never fathers. But he never had children because he wanted to, because he loved them, because he wanted to have a family. He did it for that. He knows it's bogus, that celestial, eternal kingdom, whatever it is, it was bogus. And the fact that he would never be responsible for them just added it to it. It was just the icing on the cake for him. I could have all these kids and I'm not responsible. The mother is. And with the way that Melody explained everything, it's true. We're looking at him because we think he's a weirdo because we're not part of that world. We're not part of that cult. But when we ask questions, and sometimes I'll go on her live and I'll ask questions and I'll get an answer. She has said, even without me or anybody asking the question, he is acting exactly like polygamous men. So in his eyes, that's why he never says he's wrong.
It's also
here's kind of a thing, and I'll pose this as a question because again, I don't know these people. And I want to be very clear about that. But one of the things that strikes me in this situation is that I always the question pops up for me is when you mistreat people that you're supposed to care about so deeply and you stay with them with the full intention of mistreating them, then the mistreatment is a feature and not a bug of that relationship. Like, I think that there's a point, like I think an argument could be made that when there's a certain level of resentment that he had towards these women, and crazy like offshoot argument that I used to have about childbirths and stuff. In some cases, I think there are certain people who see children's births not as a blessing, but as a curse and a hindrance. So it's a way for him to get back at them. So I push these kids in you. You have these kids. You go through the labor, the pain of carrying the children. With body changes, you go through the pain of labor. Then you go through the pain of having to raise these kids by yourself. And as you have more kids and you give me more responsibilities, the seeds of resentment grow and blossom even more.
Yes.
Yeah, you understand what I mean? Because after a certain point, when you have 8, like on your 7th, 8th kid, you start to realize that you look at your paycheck and you look at your bills and you start to realize that I'm never going to hit the financial goals that I set for myself.
And
you
these
start to
kids still
resent
here.
So
Yeah,
my
and then they
question,
went and made more.
do you guys think that might be part of it? Like even
Nope.
with him, he wants the women to stay there because what good is a prison if you don't have any prisoners?
But here's our mistake, James. He does not love these women. He does not love these kids. Cody only loves himself. And by his parents joining that cult, they gave him the life he always wanted.
Yeah.
I could screw as many women as I want. I can have as many women as I want, and I don't have the responsibility. And when he was in one of these, in one of the when they talk to them singly, when they're on the couch by themselves, when he defined the responsibilities, he's like, the women paid. He acknowledged that they paid for everything, but he paid for the fleet of cars for the kids and the insurance.
Right.
Like he's telling us in our face, I'm not supposed to have any responsibility, financial, emotionally, or otherwise. I mean, when he sat down at that picnic table and said, the family is in the way of what I want, I'm like, I'm looking at these women like, are y'all half as deaf? Do you not hear what this man is telling you? You believe in the quote unquote principle. You fell for this. You fell for someone telling you had to be a broodmare. You had to be a breeder.
Right.
I think that's why.
Well, I don't think that, because in agreement with what you're saying, like I think that part of the infliction of uncomfortableness that Cody provides to them, I don't think he's doing that because he loved them and they hurt him. I think that when push comes down to shove, he found himself in a situation where things sounded like a good idea. He signed up for those things. Then all of a sudden, he didn't like actually doing those things. So he was told that you could have as many wives as you want. So he found a woman who would allow him to have wives and go out and chase other women and marry. He marries her. Then he has to deal with her.
Exactly.
And then you married Janelle because maybe he like I said on Sunday, maybe he liked the way she sling it, or the way she she do her thing. But at the end of the day, she had a house, she had money and resources. So you marry her for that. You despise the fact, especially as a manly man who does difficult things, because I'm a man and that's what men do. You can't tell me that guy is going to be okay with his wife paying for shit. And then you marry Christine because she has a certain position in the church, and you're mad at her because she has that position, and now you have to deal with her because of who she is, but you don't really care for her. And in a way, you resent her because you have to deal with her.
I think,
and then 13 kids later, you sitting there like, why am I dealing with these women? I don't like them, And I think that it's a constant state of
and enter Thundercrotch into the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in real quick as far as like the Christine thing is. I think part of why Cody resents Christine is because we also have to remember that Cody is coming in from the outside. Like he converted into the religion. Christine has said it. Other people within the religion has said it. Notes to self 444 have said Christine's grandfather has a bunch of grandkids. Within their religion, Christine is not that special being related to this man.
Right.
Like there's a bunch of them. She's not what you would call a polygamy princess according to the people within the religion, because like there's 100 of y'all.
Right.
Okay, like you're not special. But Cody feels like she's special because of that. And then he gets into this religion thinking he gets into his religion, he sees Christine, he thinks that she's going to build him up, and then he realizes that that's not possible because she's one of 100.
Right.
You know, and so then he resents that, and I also think that he resents within the way they teach the religion. It's always the women are
Well, I
suffering,
think it
the
also
women
hurt
are
his
suffering, the
feelings that
women
he
are
didn't
suffering.
perceive her as good enough for him, but she was higher ranking.
Yes, but then her rank didn't mean anything when it came down to it. Like she's just, you know, like everybody else. She's basically like him.
Exactly.
Um,
You hit the nail on the head.
and
Absolutely.
then you know that bothers him. But then within all the wives, all the women are supposed to suffer in the religion. They're supposed to get over their jealousies, da da da. And the men are allowed to, like, you know, be
So
treated
they're
like
royal
kings.
oats.
Yes. And I think that Cody is mad because all of a sudden he thought that he was going to be treated like a king. And now he's suffering with these women too, which is why he was happy to pick Robyn when she came around, because all of a sudden, you know, not only is the show coming, so he feels like he doesn't have to suffer, but you have this woman who he's
She's
he does
younger.
truly get to be the king with her.
You
Yeah.
know what? You know you're absolutely right, because when you look at his marriages, he was trying to be strategic. And let's be clear about something. Cody is not stupid. He may come off as stupid because he tells on himself with his diary of the mouth and his word salad, but he's a lot smarter than we realize, because if you just step back and look, all of his marriages were strategic. His
Right.
parents converted, and they were converted and brought in by Mary's parents. Now, I don't know Mary's parents' standing, but that in and of itself, if you're marrying into that family that helped with the conversion, in his mind, it's elevating me and giving me more validity, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
he's waiting for that. But and going back to what was said on Thursday, Mary was not ready for polygamy. She has something that's you know, I call it medical records. It's like frozen uterus. It's really a mental where you're mentally sabotaging your facility. It's like your fertility, right? And you're not. And the fact that Mary didn't pop out these kids right away. It's been 3 years. So what does that make it look like? It make it look like he's the problem, because the men are supposed to be pumping these women full of babies. Makes it look like he's the problem. And I think to cover that, I think his reason to cover Janelle was twofold. Janelle, she definitely had the financial resources and independence. I don't know how she had that. We don't know her backstory, but she definitely had it. But I think it was two things. I think it was to rub Mary's face in it, because there's just no reason why you have to marry your wife's ex-sister-in-law. I don't care who got a testimony. You know, unless God came down from heaven himself with the letter saying you're okay to do this. No, I'm not buying that. And the story also that we heard is that they do their marriages on a particular date, like it's the 17th of every month, right?
Right.
And that year, when they wanted to get married, it was going to fall on Mary's birthday. And he was adamant about it. And Janelle was willing to wait, but he wanted to do it that way. And the fact that he wanted to do it, you would have to be blind not to see he wanted to punish Mary. It was to punish her and humiliate her, because he is going to pay you back the same. In his mind, if you punished and humiliated him, he's coming back at you tenfold with it, whether it's real or imagined. And they ended up making a special exception, and they did it the day after, which to me didn't make a difference. So in that one, and I think Janelle was just as grimy. I said it before, she broke girl code, but he had a plan. And within a year, there she was pregnant. Christine, she says it in her book, like, I still haven't gone past chapter 11, y'all. I can't hear her voice. She irritates the shit out of me. I want to throat punch her. You don't know. I can't. And you know, I get the bits and pieces, but I'm going to force myself to finish it, because I'd rather come from a place of some sort of knowledge than hearsay. But with Christine, she forced herself. She literally did. She proposed to him. She pushed it. She wanted him. And this is a real thing of be careful what you wish for, because you might get it. And he acquiesced, and I think it's because he thought that he would have an elevated position, that it would mean something. But he doesn't know she's one of 100. She's not that special. And then it was for nothing. So he's stuck with these 3 women and not getting where he wants to get. Now here comes the show, and he's with these 3 old hags that, the last fertile one was Christine, who was pregnant, and she said she wasn't having any more. So how is it going to be a show if I don't have more kids? So how he met Robyn, we all know they met undercover. Mary covered for him, and he always referred to her as the Diesel Jeans model. People are seeing that as a compliment. I don't. I see that as you being, you're putting that label on me. You're not really loving me, because now you have this expectation that I have to look like a model all the time. So that, even when he did that interview with the Mormon men on the radio, like, I got the Diesel Jeans model, so now I'm validated. Like, it literally came out of his mouth. Why? Because a woman was using you just like you were using her.
But now in the clip, that's I don't know if it's going to be on Sunday's episode, but they're talking about getting an extra wife.
Oh,
and Cody's
my God.
just like, oh, it would, I just feel like if I got an extra wife, it was literally just be for like the physical attraction. And he says this to Robyn, and you're just like, you know what? I don't want to laugh at Robyn, but I'm gonna laugh at Robyn.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Ha ha ha. How you got him is how you lose him. Ha ha ha. But go ahead,
now
hon.
look
Go ahead.
at you. Like for all your diesel jeans, he's about to get somebody who wears Levi's. So
Yeah,
but y'all, did y'all see that clip? His phone is blowing up. She's trying to make him, watch his tone, and he says, "I don't care. I'm a guy." I was waiting for him to say, "I just want to get laid by someone younger than you."
Right. Well, I mean, I think that's also part of the thing that's baked into the cake, is the realization that if Kody were to go, because YouTube is my time machine, gave us a $5 super chat. Hey, YouTube. James, are you buying the storyline coming up about Kody wanting a new woman for relations? No, not at all. Not at all. Because Robyn will never let it happen. Because no matter how you try to cut it, she's okay with him dating or seeing or being with the OG3. Because 1, she's used to that, because that's who she came into the marriage with. 2, they're older than her, and she's not threatened by them. If Kody starts dating somebody else, he's going to date somebody younger. It's just the way it works. Like, he's not trying to find a contemporary, somebody his age. He's going to date somebody 10, 15 years younger than him, and bring that person into the family.
They're going to start having babies.
Yeah,
when you see Kody crying on Robyn's couch, talking about he's just so in love, crying to Robyn about how he's just, he misses this other woman. No, Kody would have all the tendrils on his head.
She has the legal marriage backing her. So,
but guys, remember when Peyton did the interview when he said he hopes that his dad, I think he either said he hopes his dad, or if his dad get another wife, she will be younger. It was that interview he did with that. Peyton called it. Peyton called this a while ago. He was like, yeah, if he gets another wife, he was like, and I pray she's 23 and Robyn gets a dose of her own medicine.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. But I mean, that would be, if you know your dad, and let's be honest, like, I don't know. I know guys who are married, right?
They're gonna trade up. They're not gonna get.
Well, it's just the guys when they come, like guys I know who were in the game, right? When if this is how you came up, right? You'll walk into a club, a bar, a church, a restaurant, a supermarket. It doesn't matter. When you walk into a facility, your eyes start roving around trying to find the most attractive person in that space. If you're that kind of guy who does that, or guy or gal, I guess women do it too. If you're the kind of person who does that, just because you get married, it doesn't stop. And if he was always the kind of guy who, even though he had married Christine and Janelle, and it would be accepted because, they polygamists, that when he walks in, he's always looking and trying to comment or talk to or flirt with younger women that he finds attractive, then it wouldn't be a surprise that later on when you find out that, your dad is cheating. Of course he is. Or that guy is stepping out. Of course he is. You know what I mean? So I think that's where Peyton is kind of coming from.
Absolutely.
I have a question. If like Robyn has a lot of power where she has the legal marriage, she can leave him and take half of everything. But wouldn't it make her look like a huge hypocrite? She's been going on and on and on about wanting polygamy and this and that. She has said, like, I would need a guarantee, blah, blah, blah. But like, how deep in the hole would she be if he did find somebody? Because I do have a hard time believing that Cody would be really happy with just one partner.
True.
So either she allows him to get a wife, or if I was Robyn, I'd be really scared that he was doing it behind my back. I would rather know who he's doing relations with, so I know what he's bringing home to me, right? Than to wonder.
Them cold sores.
Yeah, I know. I love Patience Zero cares about what's coming home.
You know, like.
But also, local art, to piggyback off what you were saying. Remember when she, in the beginning of season 19, and she was like, "I feel like the idiot that got left behind." So also, I'm thinking, like, when there are people like I said, this is all speculatory. I don't know these people. I'm like James, when they're saying like he's sitting in Salsa Bravo for 6 or 7 hours, he's not sitting there for nothing.
No,
he's sitting there for a reason.
Yeah, and I don't think he's sitting there by himself, lonely. And this again, I'm not there. I don't know. This is just
you know what I'm saying.
I would suspect he's not sitting there just looking into his beer, eating.
No, he's there for a reason. And then remember when he made the comment, if we go back to the beginning of season 19, when Robyn was like, he's trying to sabotage his relationship with me. He tries to, but I don't let him. And then he made a comment. Cody himself out of his mouth was like, I can't tell this other woman I love her. And something. I think Cody was dealing with somebody then. He was trying to bring somebody in, and Robyn said no. And her religion, he couldn't do it without her consent.
Yep.
I think that's what that whole scenario was about.
I think you're right, because Robyn.
So he keeps bringing up, oh, this woman wants to be in our family. See, he's feeling her out for her to say, oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Yep.
But she's not giving him that. Eventually, he's going to resent her no's. He's going to resent her saying no to all the women he's presenting. And he gonna leave her ass.
Well,
he's gonna surprise us.
In your theory, let me throw a little monkey wrench in your theory. I don't disagree with it, but I would just simply add that there's a possibility, because in a monogamous world, when all of a sudden somebody starts acting super resistant or super hostile for no damn reason and picking fights out of no place, that means they already got somebody. Right. Around. There's a possibility that Cody just never came home and told Robyn about the other person, but she feel like she sabotaged. He's throwing salt in the game and sabotaging the marriage. When what he was doing was he was already, because you get tired of that shit faster if you got your girl and you want to be with your girl, your new dip, and you sitting there with your wife. And all of a sudden she come in there like, hey, honey, how you doing? How you gonna talk to me like that?
But see, that's what I'm thinking, James. Those are the lines I'm thinking. He had somebody he was dealing with. She must have found out about it and was like, no, we not doing that.
There's a possibility she didn't even know.
It's that's true.
Doing his,
that's true too.
Grinding on his time, like you said, he's sitting in Salsa Bravo, trying to, on Tinder or whatever, swiping left, swiping right, and then he come home and pick a fight with her because one, things ain't working out the way he hopes, or two, whoever he's messing with is trying to create more demands that he's not ready to meet.
But the reason why I say I feel like she knows, because he was doing that to the OG3 when she came in the picture.
Exactly.
Game recognizes game, so Robyn knew. He might not have admitted it, but she knew. That's why he's trying to sabotage with me. She already knew. Because he did the same thing with your ass that he did to Christine and Janelle and Mary. So she recognized the signs off gate. Oh, he got somebody else.
Right.
And then he's just randomly throwing in, oh, this lady's calling, wants to be our family. he done tapped it. He already know. Oh, I want that.
He's testing the waters, trying to like, you don't just put a frog in boiling water. You put the frog in the water and then you slowly turn up the temperature, and then maybe he could get her to agree with him because he doesn't want to lose half of everything.
Yeah,
Exactly.
If and when she
And so
divorces
she
him.
knew. She recognized what he was doing. Oh yeah, let me just go ahead and nip him in the bud because the answer is no. That's why I need a guarantee that it'll work. See, that was her telling Cody basically.
Well, it's
right.
Cody that he can't have a wife. Let's be very clear. That's her saying that he can't have a wife. That's not saying he can't mess around.
Exactly.
You know. But I also want to go back to something Local Art Switch said, where you said that would it be hypocritical? And that's reflective of the fact that you're a good person, that you would be concerned about hypocrisy, but you can't shame the shameless. So I think that if Robyn given the opportunity, would she divorce Cody if things started going south? Hell yeah.
Quickly.
Quick as hell.
Quick.
And she would have no problem turning around trying to martyr herself, saying that I had to do this because I was being mistreated as an independent, free-thinking woman. I had to show my strength and leave this bad situation. She will have no problem doing that. She'll look us in the face and say it.
When she
in the tripping part, she actually might
sorry.
say it on the tail end of criticizing Christine, Mary, and Janelle for leaving. That's going to be the tripping part.
Well, see, she was criticizing them, but she seems to forget she's already been divorced.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Her amnesia with her divorce is wild.
It's kind of impressive, honestly, in some ways. But like, I don't know, when she originally was saying that he's trying to sabotage the relationship, I was like, she's building her exit plan. She's getting ready.
Yep. That's what I said.
And she's going to do to Cody what she did to her first husband.
Yep.
And unfortunately for Cody, we've all seen, like, she has a very believable story, I think, if she was to make certain allegements. So Cody better be careful.
You're right. But Robyn has all grounds for release, because if he steps out on her without with it not being a woman that they were courting, she could get the spiritual release. So there, her name is clean. She'll get the divorce. She'll get everything. But let me ask all of you something. Have all of you seen the video where, he's sitting at the table pretty much saying, I want to have sex with other women? Did you all see it?
I saw the clip.
I didn't.
No, I didn't see that.
All right. So when you look at it, try to look at it like we don't know these people, because I'm thinking whoever said he's stepping out, you're right. And at this point, to me, he's like, it's almost like he's daring Robyn. He doesn't care. He's disrespecting her like the OG, and he doesn't care. And he better be careful, because Robyn could flip his world upside down. I would like to see it, but I don't want her to get half that money, because that belongs to the OG3. And y'all know my dream of dreams is for there to be a forensic audit by the FBI, and they're left with nothing. But just getting back to it, like, he is mad disrespectful. Like, you all got to look at it. It's on the Facebook page. Look at that. And then she destroyed his redemption arc, because the word she chose is, oh, Cody, you're being a little piggy right now, in a one-on-one. She didn't say that to his face. And what happened is People Magazine picked that up as an article. Us Weekly picked that up as an article. And I was laughing my ass off, because I'm like, there you go, son. She just destroyed your redemption arc. Right. Y'all need to check out that video.
I gotta find that. I didn't see that.
It's on the Facebook page. I posted it with my fake book name. I have Facebook for like 15 years, when the girls at work told me to get it. And that's when they wanted your date of birth and social. And I'm like, I'm not giving you all that. So I gave them a fake name. I'm born in Ecuador, but I posted it to the site. I posted it to the Facebook page. Y'all need to check it out.
I did think it was kind of impressive, because he did say it would be for physical reasons, and, a super beautiful woman. I was kind of impressed at how much she laughed. She threw her head back.
That's right. She laughed, because she's like, I'm going to fuck your shit up right now, buddy.
I think she laughed because she knows the woman that he wants, that is not the woman that's going to be attracted to Cody.
No.
It's really not. It's really not. Like his diesel gene model getting days are
Done.
They're gone. Yes.
Hey, y'all talking about Cody's got a what is it? Nice pecs and 6-pack abs.
I mean, apparently he did well during special forces, so maybe he do now.
Oh,
I think that there also has to be a recognition of the fact that the type of women that he's going to get or going to be available to him are going to be the folks who are there for the money.
Yeah, Desperate Housewives.
That's what it's going to be. Just like Robyn was there, she's the prototype. She's there for the money. And so if he gets another wife, she's going to be there for the money too, or for the opportunity. And can he get women? Sure. It's possible. I mean, it's not impossible that he will get some young woman who wants to be Instagram famous to, start doing things. That people do all kinds of stuff for money and for clout. So, I mean, could he get somebody? Sure, but they're not. I don't think they're going to be signing over any checks to him and Robyn. I don't think that they're going to come in and bend to the same rules that Robyn and them want the person to bend to. That's going to create the problem.
Exactly.
Ty, you're in the house. What's going on, Ty? Oh, before we go, let me do some super chats. We got a limited lipstick. Janet in the house, 279. Yes, Brittany, only the men are allowed to be jealous. Yeah, because the men are always right in polygamy. Like that, which is scary. Like, I don't know if I want to be in a religion where everybody tell you doing good and you doing, you doing shit, you doing dog shit.
The men, the leaders they're all right, but everybody's living in poverty. Okay.
Right.
All right.
I want somebody who's gonna be honest with me, dude. We messing up. We gotta stop having babies. Instead of people showing up to the baby showers like, with happy faces, everybody should be showing up to like the 13th, 14th baby shower with frowns on their faces. Like, what are y'all doing? You know what I mean? But
Cody, you need to be working overtime somewhere.
Yeah. You instead of you trying to sleep with these women, you need to start applying for part-time jobs, homie.
Yes.
Save your energy for work, because you need to make as much money as you can. Like, you can't sleep. You need to get off one job, go to the next job.
Yeah.
And we also had Ty, who's in the house. Ty with the $5 super chat. Cody is surely cheating. Do you think Robyn has a prenup? No, I don't.
Oh, wow. That's a good question.
That is why the women left. I don't think she has a prenup, but if she would be, Cody would be dumb as hell if he married her without a prenup.
I don't know. Let's not underestimate the power of Robyn's punani at that time.
Yeah.
She don't got a prenup. She does not have.
No, I doubt it.
Dolls. That's why she buying all them dolls. That's why she got that big old house. Because you're not gonna give me this house? Don't worry about it. Let's sign the divorce papers. Yeah. Oh no, we can't do that.
Well, but I also think that at the time and this is what I was saying, like, when you don't have real people on your team, how it could jam you up. Because he had women who did basically whatever he wanted. And that's how he was groomed throughout his formative years. That he thought this is how relationships work. He broke up with Mary. Mary stuck around. He said, like, he fully expected to go over Christine's house and tell her he's not coming over there anymore, and she's still kicking money to the family fund. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's his expectation. So I think that especially at the time he married Robyn, he thought he was the bee's knees and he thought he was Mac Daddy Man. So yeah, I think in that ignorance, he didn't get a prenup. That was a damn good question, though, Ty. Ty, you in the house? What's going on? Hello, Ty.
Sound like she's driving. Maybe it's a bad connection. I hear the car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's a good question. I mean, he would be, if he didn't get a prenup, that's a dummy do. I could see him not getting a prenup. But
I don't know. I could see Robyn getting a prenup, which is maybe why it took them so long to finally get married. Yeah, you got my conspiracy theory wheels rolling. Let's just think about it for a minute. That courtship went on too long, even after the cooling off period of a divorce, even by 444 standards. I think Robyn is like, if you want me to do this and have this, I need a prenup.
They had a sacred covenant.
Yeah, but that ain't holding up in court.
Yeah. But I can see, beyond a prenup, I can see Robyn trying to secure the bag. Like 100%. Like I think that like I don't think that like we can say whatever we want to say about Robyn being manipulative or whatever, but I think that she'll look out for herself, protect herself.
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing that you can pretty much guarantee in this situation. You know.
Yes, I think if she does not have a prenup, the only reason would be that she felt like she was flying a little too close to the sun. Like, because none of the wives liked that Mary was divorcing him. So they knew that things were moving in an uncomfortable way. Janelle had nightmares that him and Robyn would just ride off into the sunset, remember? So if there is no prenup, I think it would be because he's like, I better just secure this marriage and solidify my power, basically, and then worry about it from there.
Right. Well, I mean, I think that that's part of it, though, because the secret to the sauce is with prenups, even though we call them a family, at the end of the day, they don't have to disclose. Like, if there's a prenup, Cody and Robyn don't have to disclose to anybody else that they have one, because that's just between the two people. So they never have to tell. Like, the prenup actually wouldn't come to light until they get divorced. But Mary H had something. Was this Mary H on Special Forces? Krusty admits there will be no more wives. NDA anyone? LOL. Yeah, he's blowing it. He announced during one of the pressers that he's not getting married again. There's not going to be any more wives, which flies right in the face of he just basically dismantled the storyline that they were pushing. That he was asking about, bringing other women into the relationship. But Ty, you're in the house. What's going on?
Hey, y'all. Good afternoon. Thank y'all for having me. So basically, we discussed the prenup situation. Only reason I was asking is because the way she laughed when he said something about it would only be for the physical. She laughed, threw her head back, laughed. I was like, oh, she's getting ready. She's getting ready. But the way she asked, oh, you talk about sex? Like she already knew.
I got to watch this clip because I didn't see this.
She knows this man, he's getting around. I'm not going to say he's getting around, but, she knows those little shows he go to, he ain't sleeping alone.
So she knows, but I think she wants to, like, if it was me and I'm in Robyn's case on, I want him to say, I want him to agree to that on camera. I want evidence, I guess, that these are the type, like, we're not talking around it. You are telling me that this is actually what you want.
Right. Well, I mean, you know what? The crazy part is that there are relationships. Like I'm aware of people who have these types of relationships and they're okay with their person seeing other people. The one stipulation they have with that like outside relationship stuff is that nobody, you can do what you want, just don't embarrass me. So you can date other people. Ty, you didn't have to leave. You could have stayed in. Yeah, you can do what you want, but just don't have me on, at the PTA, you get in an argument with your girlfriend, that kind of stuff. But they're okay with the person.
So we're thinking that they're swingers now.
Well, I mean, she might give them some allowances.
I agree with that. Yeah, that makes sense. She's not in love with him anymore. She got what she wanted. She's biding her time.
Yeah. And then she probably knows there aren't better options for her yet. But the only problem with him sleeping around that I would see, I don't know how many of you guys have seen it, but do you guys recall the Try Guys? It's blown up on YouTube recently. There was 4 Try Guys, and one of them was Ned.
What's a Try Guy?
Well, so it was a YouTube channel back a couple years ago. They had millions of subscribers, billions of views, and it was just 4 guys that would try different foods, they would dress up as women sometimes. They tried those labor machines to see what their lives go through or whatever. And each of them sort of had like a token personality. So Eugene was the sexy one. I forget the other ones, but one guy was the wife guy, and he was always going on about his wife over and over and over again. And come to find out, so these 4 men own this company, and it's a huge company at this point. And he is, come to find out, he was cheating on his wife for at least, I think it was about a year, with one of his employees, a producer. This producer actually came to the show because she was a fan. So there's multiple levels of inappropriate, like power imbalance type things. Plus, Ned, the wife guy, was head of HR of all things. So even if she wanted to report it, she couldn't. So they had this affair for a year. They got cocky. People pictured them at a Harry Styles concert, at lunch, and the photos were given to Ned's wife. They had to immediately fire Ned because suddenly the whole company's in jeopardy. So not only did he betray his wife, his 2 children, the affair partner also lost her job. She was engaged for like 10 years. She was in a long-term relationship herself. And so this was 3 years ago. He had to disappear off the internet. He lost his job. He lost his wife, all the things. He comes out with a podcast called Rock Bottom with Ned Fulmer. And anyway, YouTube, like my feed is just full of this thing because the way he talks about this affair with the ex-wife, like he built his entire career and identity about being the wife guy. And now he starts this podcast using her old podcast. So he didn't have to start from 0 subscribers. They already have 50,000. Oh, it's multi-layered. And the problem with Cody potentially trying to have partners is it would get out. He would eventually embarrass Robyn at some point. Like there's,
Yes.
right, somebody's going to catch them. Somebody's going to grab a photo and it's going to be released. I don't know how you would keep it secret because even the affair partner might want to take it to tabloids or whatever, right? Like,
well,
I don't know.
Here's the thing, because Cody has tried to put NDAs on his kids. So I don't see a world where Cody is to slap a side chick with an NDA. Like,
Exactly.
I mean, like I think that there's a certain level of just general disrespect that you have to have when you're stepping out that way. Like, so I don't think that you necessarily cherish or hold women to some higher standard than in your mind or your actions. So I don't think that when you don't do that and you don't respect your partners, that gives you a lot of groundwork to do a lot of horrible things. You know what I mean? So I can totally see him saying, like, look, if you don't want to sign the papers, you ain't got to go. And especially if he's famous, and there's a lot of famous people who have women that they mess with sign NDAs.
And that's pretty actually enforceable, eh? Like, because that's one thing I would wonder is how enforceable that would be. Because if it got out, that could
that's like the Stormy Daniels. Remember with President Trump, when that Stormy Daniels lady, she signed the NDA, but she came out and she had to pay all those millions back.
Right.
So I mean, you can sign it and then blab, but you on the hook for that money.
Well, listen, sign it and blab to your best friend. Let her be the one to blow it up.
Right. Because it also comes out to like, I mean, the people who mess with him, like the curious part is the question of what would be their motivation? Because what's the point of messing with a rich guy, famous guy, if nobody ever knows that you messing with a rich, famous guy? Like,
it's because I'm for the money.
Yeah. So it's the crazy part. But even something that Brittany said that I wanted to respond to, you know, or I think it might have been you, Linda, when you were talking about, maybe it was local arts. I don't know. I'm confused. But there was a point where, you know, him marrying Christine because she not really understanding how the system works because she has hundreds of cousins who are also blue bloods technically, and him not understanding it. I kind of equate that to a person who may start to date or be attracted to an NFL player. Like, oh, this guy, he's going into the NFL. And folks not realizing that everybody who plays in the NFL on a team are not getting paid the same amount of money. So
Mm-hmm.
you're dating a guy who's a linebacker or a lineman, he's making significantly less than a quarterback,
Mm-hmm.
a receiver, or a running back. Like he's making way less. He's in six figures. Like he's doing well, but he's not, he's not buying Lamborghinis.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of reminds me of like this situation. Like, oh,
And then you see the stories of these women trying to leave, and they done took what they could take, and then the football players beating their ass, and then you want all the sympathy. Well, you went in it trying to scam,
right? Or you leave,
and then you know what I'm saying?
Have nothing to give you. Like, so you basically like leaving like some of these football players walking out, and some of these basketball players walking out on them is the same as you dating a guy from Getty who work at Walmart, and you be like, I'm gonna get millions in child support. You ain't getting shit because this dude don't have nothing. He got bills. You can split them bills on your way out. But I think it's the same thing. Like, if you don't know, you don't know.
I agree.
But it's
and anybody who deals with Cody, honestly, it's at this point, it's for the money.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
It's just strictly for the money. And there's the world's oldest profession. He can buy that. They don't care who he is, as long as his money green and it spends. Yeah, I ain't gonna tell nobody. You just give me my little $1,500, and
I'm sure he does that, Megatron. Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, here's the thing, though, and this is kind of I recognize it's a little jerky to say this, but it is what it is. Here's the thing: Cody's been in the spotlight for 15 years now. And if you've ever watched the show, if you know he's famous, the material is out there for you to figure out who he is and what he is.
Mm-hmm.
You mess with him at this point, that's really on you.
That's on you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, you did that to
you can't get sympathy because you would just like, honestly, a lot of it with Robyn, I really can't really give her sympathy. I hear people saying, well, I feel bad for Robyn. No, because she went in with the intentions of getting what she can get out of whatever.
Yep.
If she don't get what she get, you can't feel sorry for her because she went in with a master plan.
Yes, she did.
Right. Well, it's kind of the from my perspective, even with that, it's kind of be careful what you ask for because you just might get it.
Yeah.
You just got what you asked for. You just don't like what it is.
You don't like the extra that was attached to what you asked for.
Right. Because everything got a cost.
In a lot of ways, she's actually really lucky it lasted as long as it did. Honestly.
Well, remember, she's the legal wife, and Cody got to put up with her.
Yeah.
So, I would say, if you're going to watch the series, look at how he interacts with her, because I think he's being less and less chivalrous and more the piece of shit that he is. And someone says something that just sparked something that I saw Janelle say, like in the tell-all. Remember when Janelle say, I don't remember Cody being this mean.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This mean, not I don't remember Cody being mean at all.
Right.
I don't remember him being this mean, which is they really hit his personality because let's face it, the first 2 years he was jumping around like a cute little puppy and he made me dizzy. And I'm like, I'm not buying this because this is like, unicorn and rainbow shit.
Mm-hmm.
But, once they had the scene where he wanted to tell them he picked the wedding dress. And if you look at the video, he shows his tongue and he bites his tongue and I'm like, that right there showed me everything. Once he did that, I saw him in a different light. And I saw the manipulation. I'm like, why are these women doing this? My thing is this. Okay, they were all starving. They were all poverty lived. They're working 2-3 jobs. They got kids. I get it. But you didn't have to keep your kids on TV being humiliated and shit on for so goddamn long. You're not going to tell me after you had a couple of thousands or a little bit you got that you couldn't go see a lawyer on the sneak tip and secure your bag for your kids and get the fuck out. You let this boy kill himself and I can't forgive that and I can't get over it. He's not even my blood. God damn it. He's not even my own nationality.
Right. Yes. Like the fact that he wasn't even really as bothered as it took me a couple days to even I don't know this kid, right? But I could not I thought it was fake news, honestly. I did not.
I was
no.
hoping. I was hoping
Yeah.
it was fake.
Yeah. Yeah. And to have his picture in his garage, like, come on.
Kathy saw her dogs howling. Listen, because whenever I was watching Special Forces, and that man dunked Cody's head in, and I went to hollering. My dogs went to hollering like, what? Where is that? Who I need to bite?
I need to see that YouTube video because. Oh, so I have a question for James. James, so if I watch the replay of Special Forces on something different, does that go to their ratings? Because I'm not trying to give these mofos any reason to.
Yeah, it all goes in. Like if you watch, unless you watch it on YouTube channel probably count too.
It's I watched the playback. It's someone, I think that's pirated though. It's on YouTube though. You can watch it on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll watch a pirated version because then they can't count that in their numbers, right?
Yeah. Well, I think that the way it's gonna work, I think that Kody is I think more people are watching it because Cody's on it.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and I'm gonna be very honest about this. If you're going into it to watch Kody get humiliated in the first episode, it's not going to happen. Like the worst thing that happened was he did get his face dunked.
That's what I want to see.
Another part,
and the guy told him to shut the F up.
Yeah, because he was trying to, like I was saying that earlier. In my opinion, I think Kody is trying to put himself in a position where he's equal to the staff members. The same thing when the women were having their childbirths, like during labor, he
knew everything.
Act like he's the doctor, he's running shit. And
James,
you gotta breathe.
James, I'm gonna call you the carpenter. That's gonna be your nickname. You know why? Because you always hit the freaking nail on the freaking head. I'm trying to keep it clean today because I'm all mellowed out. But from now on, you are the carpenter.
I appreciate that. Just trying to code crack. But yeah, I mean, that's what I think it is. I think that's when he went into it, because physically, and I'm going to be honest about this too, physically, Kody was doing okay. He was keeping
He got a 6 month. He got a 6 month head start. He got a 6 month head start. So you're going to give me a 6 month head start with my arthritis and my age. You know that I'm going to go out there and kill it because I'm going to make sure I'm trained and I'm ready.
Right. Or
that part he did. He killed it. He did. He was even taking stuff from the young people. I'll run it up there for you, bro. And I was like, look at him. Look at him.
Well, remember, he grew up on a ranch, so this isn't new to him.
Right. Well, and let's be very clear about this. Depending on how long you're there, his cycle may run out. Now, allegedly, I don't know if this man is on a cycle or not. I'm just saying that if he's on gear, then that will run out. Like, so you could be full of energy those first few days, that first week or so. But if it goes longer than that, it could start dragging on you. And I'm not, I'm just being honest. Like, if he's on anything, then I don't know if they're going to let him take shots.
Right. I didn't realize
I heard that they were prepaid already for the show. So
they were saying
it's he's already been paid, so it's not gonna make a difference if you watch it on the network or not. He's already got his coins for the show already.
Because they said that the staff said that they were like, "Oh, I got my money, so I can quit now." Because they had one person that quit.
At the first episode.
I think she made it like 10 hours.
The first episode, as long as you complete, but it's agreed upon. But they're flipping around about the money. Is it 25,000? Is it 100,000? And I think the longer if you look it up once or twice, it gives you different information. But I think you either I've read it's an agreed upon appearance price, or you get a 25,000 if you finish the first episode, or it could go up to 250 depending how. Like, I was never able to get the correct information. And another thing, I was in Morocco last year and they filmed it about the time I was there. I'm surprised I didn't run into them. That weather there is beautiful. It's not as crazy hot. Like, there are certain months. So they did it during the cooler season, it's summer, but it's cooler. So that weather is going to be conducive to his training. So I don't expect him to fall flat on his face, but his lazy ass, because how do you say in interviews where these people, these instructors, you wanted their respect, you said, well, I kind of faked that I had a breathing issue so they would go easy on me because I knew about it. This motherfucker is smarter than we think. I would bet my next paycheck, aside from the 6-month headway, and I want to know how y'all feel, his 6-month advance for training, right? I am sure who is ever coaching him, whoever he has, they knew everything about everybody there. So he knew their strengths and he knew their weaknesses. So I saw the little clip where he was trying to, Jussie Smollett thought that Cody was being friendly with him. No, he wasn't. Cody was looking to be snarky with his ass, because with Cody, all you got to do is look at his eyes and you know what's coming out of his mouth never matches eyes. And he was looking to be snarky like this. There's a malice of forethought with Cody.
Yeah.
Right. Well, to clear up the pay schedule, the way they work their pay schedule or negotiate their the thing, it's not going to be a nailed down number, because they have a base pay that they give everybody. And then depending on your popularity and more to the point, what you can bring to the show, it can accelerate or increase your payment. So everybody on the show isn't making the same amount of money. Yeah, that's the way they run it. And then as far as like the thing with Jussie Smollett, like when push him down to shove, people in Cody's position, and I'm saying it's just after observing him for 19 seasons, I think people in his position will always try to find the weakest link so that they have somebody else to bully. There's always somebody in the room that they could talk shit about. So they'll look around and who's the weakest one, who's the one that's going to get everybody on my side, and they go after that person. And that person becomes the target, so that, in order for you to be the hero, you have to have a villain. So I think he's actively going to try to make Jussie Smollett the villain.
I think you're right.
Do you think he'll succeed, though? Like, he's so abrasive. None of the other cast members seem to enjoy him very much. They all kind of roll their eyes at him. So,
well, he's the I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if you guys saw it, but the on Special Forces, there's a couple of things. One, everybody on there has a problem.
Yep.
Like the people I'm familiar with, Teresa Giudice, her daughter Gia,
Mm-hmm.
they're egomaniacs. They have problems too. They're crazy folks too. Jussie Smollett, problem. Like, he has problems.
Garcelle, she's
yeah.
I want her in my gang. Woof.
Right. A lot of them are just, a lot of them are assholes. The problem I think that they're going to have with Cody is that he's a know-it-all asshole. He knows everything. And so he's always trying to give advice and unsolicited advice. Like, look, man, back up off me. And like when he was talking to the guy, I did sports when I was younger. I did a lot of activities like that. And the one thing, when you are like fatigued, like you have extreme fatigue, because I ran track, cross country, I did a bunch of stuff. And when you extremely fatigued like that, the last thing you want to do is have somebody talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up. Like, he's sitting there like, come on, man, this is how you breathe. You got to do this and that. Man, I don't give a shit. I'm trying to chill. I'm trying to relax on this little ride we have. I'm just trying to take my time, right? Because I am hurt. And then, like, there's a few times when I watch them do like they had them doing calisthenics, and then folks would come over and put their arm on you or lean on you. Man, I'm trying to keep myself up. If you don't back your ass up, I think that's going to be a problem. Because it's too familiar. If I just met you and I'm sitting there suffering, I'm breathing heavy and I'm sweaty as hell, and they can't take showers the way they want to take showers.
Right.
And these
that would kill me.
Get, camera ready. So you're already in a bad mood. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
And y'all notice who he paired himself with, the other biggest fuck up.
Yeah. Well, again, comparison in relationships.
Oof.
So I think he pairs himself with a guy who never met his goals. And Cody, in a weird way, he sits next to that guy who should have been very, very successful and fucked the bag up. Pardon my friend, I'm a cussing a lot. But he messed the bag up, right? And so he pairs himself with them because that's somebody I can, if worse comes to worse, am I as bad as this guy? No, right? But at the same time, he's going to try to be a father figure for this guy, a mentor.
Yeah.
You know, so wait for that. I think that's coming too. I think that's going to be one of the things we're going to see. He's going to be
with that. I haven't watched it yet. I planned on watching it last night, but my son's football game lasted way longer than we intended. So by the time I got home, I passed out. But a lot of parents were talking about it in the stands, and one woman was like, I don't even know who this Cody guy is. So I had to try to explain like what Sister Wives was about and whatever else. But she even was like, oh, he seems like he's such a douche and he knows everything and he's so annoying and I wonder how long he's gonna last. And I'm kind of sitting back laughing to myself thinking, oh, go watch Sister Wives and you'll see genuinely how much of an ass he really is.
Right.
But I just realized from what, the people were saying how the episode had went from the little previews that I have seen, it's all manipulation tactics. Like Cody knows how to manipulate the hell out of people. Like he said, once he finds their weaknesses, that's what he's gonna go off of. So of course, he already probably got the cast list from whomever hooked up the deal for him to be on the show. And he probably got to Googling his little fingers off to figure out who or what he can say or do to get under their skin. What was their like biggest, because he pays attention to the comments. He pays attention to what people say and think about him. So I'm sure he hit all those media sites up to be like, okay, who is Teresa Giudice? Okay, who is Sean Johnson? Okay, who is this person or that person? What was their biggest scandal? So that he could possibly have something to talk about or something to bring up. And again, so it doesn't make him, I guess, in his head feel or look like he is the biggest ass on the show. When unfortunately, even everybody else, as bad as Jussie's stuff was, I still don't think Jussie's as bad as Cody. And that's just my own personal opinion.
Agreed.
But you know what I'm saying? Some of these people aren't into the Sister Wives realm, so they might not have been pertinent to how he is, how he's treated his family, how he's treated his kids. Like I had seen a preview where he's like, yeah, I want, like it was a one-on-one interview, I guess, and he was like, I want my kids to know like I can still do this at my age. And I'm thinking in my head, why the hell would they even give a damn? You don't even talk to your kids. But it sounds good on camera because you're now in a new audience that you think don't know the ass that you genuinely are.
Yeah. Well, because we had talked about it earlier.
I have a question.
And we were saying that we were saying that it wasn't necessarily all his kids. He's showing out for Robyn's kids, the 2 kids he has with Robyn, not the OG 13.
No, I mean, I know that.
Yeah.
But for those that, like I said, did not necessarily know Cody, who watched the show, they're all sitting here like, oh, well, that's so sweet, an older guy, that's trying to, impress his kids. And I was like, nah, boo, that ain't even what it is. But okay.
I have a question then. So it's one thing for the producers to give him an extra chance because he's 57 to work out so he can keep up with these people that are like, what did he say? Young enough to be his children.
Yeah.
That I feel is kind of fair-ish. My question is, if they also gave him information on his other castmates, they probably thought like one, that he'll make it pretty far through the show, if not win, if they're giving him all these names so he can do research if he chooses to, because the fighting and the issues that would be brought up potentially bring views.
Right.
Like that would be the benefit I could see, because they're not supposed to know who's with them, right?
No. I think they get a full dossier on everybody who's going to be on the cast.
Oh, so they were just lying.
Well, because even to clear that up, like I think that when you look at it, you're notified 6 months out for the supposed preparation. But let's be very honest. He knew probably a year before that he was going to be on this show, that he was up for this show, because there's a because there's an audition process, there's a vetting process, then you have to go through the contracts between TLC and Fox to make sure that there's no conflicts of interest, especially with regard to air times and things of that nature. Like if Sister Wives was on air at 9:00 on Thursday, and that's the same time Special Forces airs, they won't put you on the show. So there's a lot of negotiation that has to take place. So even if they did notify him that he was definitely on the show for 6 months and give him the go-ahead green light to start preparing for the show, I think he knew a year plus, and he had over a year, like all of them. I think all of them had a year plus to prepare for this show. So if you do this for what it's worth. I think that the football player, the reason why he was falling behind is because not to be an asshole about it, but he's generally he's a screw up.
He didn't take it serious.
Right. He didn't take his football, like when they were paying him millions of dollars, he didn't take that serious. So I don't think, growing up and thinking that I've been an athlete my whole life, he's not going to take the time out to go to the gym and do anything exerting. He probably thought he could whip himself back into shape like he did when he was playing football.
Right.
And that
I could see that. Like I could see even myself making a dumb mistake, like accidentally over judging what I could do. So in that way, Cody doesn't seem like he has the wisdom to take that sort of thing seriously, to train, because he already thinks he's very tough and manly with his 6-pack abs. So, but I'm glad he did, I guess, because we don't want him having a heart attack out there. So,
says you.
I have a question, and maybe because I joined late, had to go to the dentist this morning. But when it comes to his, like, we're all thinking he may have a PR rep, and I'm wondering if Fox is the one that issued this. I don't think when it comes to TLC they even care anymore, because they've been releasing the cloak of charity when it comes to Cody, and lightweight showing us over the years that he has been an ass. But I'm wondering if whenever the contracts hit and they're negotiating with Cody and they're seeing that he might be a jerk, hey, we got somebody you may want to talk to. And they might have connected him to maybe a PR rep or somebody who's going to help reshape his image for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? Because that he's an investment to them at the moment. They got to protect their investment, which I understand. But I'm wondering if the network is the one that got Cody now thinking about his so-called image. Because for 15, 16 years, TLC ain't gave a damn.
That's right. You know what? I think it's a eureka moment. Did you all read about, I don't know where it was that I saw it, that Cody was trying to get in with the Trump camp? He made a hefty donation and put down that he was an actor.
Yes.
So I think maybe could be someone saw that, because you know that those people love jerks.
He said I'm an actor.
Oh, wow.
Awesome. I'm an actor. Yeah.
I don't know where I read it. For all you that, I read it. I don't know where. And I don't think it was one of those little doofy ass Facebook clips.
Right.
I read it somewhere.
Yeah, I can't remember where I saw it either.
I know during the election, it came out that Cody had donated quite a bit to Trump's campaign. And I don't know who released it, where it was released through, but I know I read it somewhere in one of those Reddit groups. And it was, shortly after Christine was hustling to get the money for Isabel's surgery. So people were pretty pissed off. Like, you could donate $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to Trump's campaign, but you can't even put that in for your daughter to go have surgery. So I know I have seen it like in print, because it was saying like who all donated towards Trump's campaign, and Cody Brown's name was on the list with the amount of money that he donated.
Wow.
So I wouldn't be shocked if he did try to jump on and be a part of, Trump's camp when it comes to that.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't doubt that he donated money or trying to find a way in which actually will go to check my video out. I'm telling you, I'm gonna lay it all out. So it'll be in line with that same thing. But I think that when it comes to him hiring a public PR person to try to refocus him. I don't know if it's necessarily from Fox, just because with Fox, they want you messy, because the messier you are, the more they can build a storyline about you and run you in the dirt. Like Special Forces is not the show. They don't do like recasts where they have people come back. So they don't care whether you like them or you don't like them. They don't play you dirty, but they will tell the truth on you. And the whole purpose of this show is they're going to try to break you. Like these people, because I've seen previous seasons and my wife and daughter were watching it. They will go in and actively try to make you cry. Like on all this season. Like that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to break Cody's ass down, as well as the other cast members. So I think that when it comes to like his PR person who he's talking to, I think him and Robyn realize that they have to reinvest their funds in order to try to sustain themselves, because Sister Wives is not going to be around. And even if like some iteration of Sister Wives is around, it won't necessarily be centered around Sister Wives, because there are no more Sister Wives.
Right.
That family doesn't exist anymore. And their placement in that family and position in that family, is it really there for them? You know, that's why they're struggling to find storylines, you know, baptisms and ear piercings and crap.
Yes. Oh.
But we got something from Jody Periscala, dropped a $4.99 super chat. Did he engage with any women? It's disrespectful to Robyn, he will say. Like, I think you're going to be who you are at the end of the day. And I think that when it comes to hypocrisy only works, like the criticism of hypocrisy only works on people who have a strong sense of self and at least some type of conscience. If you don't care, like I said, you can't shame the shameless. So if he doesn't care that, you know, I did all this talking about like not being about sex and all that, and women got to be a certain way, I don't think he cares. I just don't think he cares. Because I've seen where they say something. I absolutely positively don't think it's right if they do this. And then they go back and do the same thing. Like much like what he did with Mary during the 20th anniversary, where she asked him, what if I took another lover? I think that would be disgusting. That's the most unnatural thing, while he's sitting there with his first wife of 4 wives. So
yeah.
You know, I think that hypocrisy is lost on him. I do. But thank you so much, Jody. Yeah, but we also have to keep in mind too that Cody was talking about like physical fitness and working out, and you know, one time he said he was doing some stuff, and it was like, you know, he did a whole bunch of squats, and he had made a big point or a big production about how hard he was working out. This show was filmed a while ago. Like this is like last month or 2 months ago. This show was filmed about a year ago. You know, so
and that's when we saw all those videos with him in the gym, and everyone was wondering, and everyone's making fun. I'm agree with you, James. I think Cody was given an edge. If people knew a year in advance, he knew 18 months in advance.
Right. Plus he's older.
Yeah, and I'm not super opposed to that, like, because he is so much older than everybody else there. Like, I don't, that one aspect where he can work out more or not, because just because you tell somebody in advance doesn't mean that they'll do anything about it. Humans tend to be, what's it called? We like to put things off generally, especially if they're uncomfortable. Cody, especially, apparently. So I don't know, like that one aspect I don't think is bad. Just because of his age, like, I don't know, like I would worry about his health and safety.
You're such a better human than I am, because I detest him. I would love nothing better than to have them air back his ass out because he had a massive stroke. Sorry, I said it. You're such a lovely human being. No, I don't want to see him get any chances. I want to see his ass with federal charges in jail.
Beauty is fleeting. Dumb lasts forever.
Well, I mean,
beauty is fleeting, just like abs are.
Yeah.
And dumb lasts forever. That's all I called in to say, and I'm so sorry. I joined it late. But you know I was gonna
Nega,
be
do
here.
you really think he's dumb? I think he's not as dumb as
No,
we
no, no,
think he
no.
is.
Oh no, heck no.
Oh,
No, this man planned this. No, no, no,
He's
no, no.
calculated. He's
It
extremely
was,
calculated.
and you know what? And he found a willing partner in Robert.
Yeah.
Literally, it was all planned. It was all planned. But the thing is that I do feel bad for the OG3. Now the OG3 wised up eventually, but the thing is, I don't like that they blamed each other for their timing as far as knowing and understanding. Does that make sense? You can't I can't blame you if you didn't catch on to the scam. Does that make sense? Like,
but don't you feel that the OG3 were really part of the scam too? Like they knew he was no good, but they put it out there anyway.
No, because they were I don't know. I don't know
I
a better
think they
word,
were
but
a part of
ignorant.
it because in her book, like they were all, most of them were, with the exception of Mary, Christine and Janelle were already on the out. And then the show came along and he love bombed them and was able to get them to come back. So they already knew he was a shitty husband. Christine puts it in her book. Like they knew what Cody was. So I don't have no sympathy for them either because you knew what he was. Simply because they've all, Janelle even left at one point.
No, Janelle left several times. Janelle left multiple
so
times.
if it was all perfect like they portrayed in season 1, why did you leave all those years ago?
That's
So
fair.
you can't really say that. They knew.
So
They
it was
already
supposed
knew.
to be the Cody and Robert story. Or the
You're right.
Fauntleroy and
You're
Robert
right.
story.
I believe that in
makes
my
sense.
heart of hearts. It was supposed to be the Cody and Robyn love story. The OG3 was supposed to
makes
take a back seat like they always did. But they got smart because they saw the outside culture and they stuck it. But my thing is, I know I'm like a dog with a bone. You all sacrifice your kids for this shit. You did not have to stay so long.
I'm not giving up my baby.
That's
I'm
what
not
makes
giving up
me
my
mad.
baby. And I'm
That's
not
what
going to
makes
keep
me so
having
mad.
babies with you if you.
Yes. Right.
Literally,
like what
they started it with her
doing?
having the baby.
Yes. Like she was rethinking their relationship before. Was it before she was pregnant with Truly?
Yes. And then hold on. And then I just pushed out a baby, and then you telling Mary that you have a baby for her, and you're the new wife and all.
Yeah, she was asking that when she was in labor.
That was
said no woman ever on the birthing table thinking about having another baby for somebody else.
You be grateful I'm here in labor. You asking these dumbass questions. I'm just trying to breathe through my contractions, and you're asking this type of stuff, and I have to play nice. So I don't
I'm asking for
the
epidural.
crazy, you know what?
Yes.
Oh my land!
It's like we all see it. There is Christine in labor. He's talking about Mary's infertility. Robyn just had a baby, and then he's going to tell Mary, "I'll be your surrogate."
I have a baby for you.
Wait.
Get
Hold
the
on.
Fuck out of my face.
It was a point I wanted to say. I'm sorry if I cut anybody off. I rewatched a clip the other day of when Robyn had came to Mary's that night when they were having dinner and wanted to let Mary know before the head of the family that she was expecting. And I realized Mary didn't even have her bed up yet. If you watch that clip, and I had to rewind it and watch it on slow mo, Mary didn't even have her bed up yet. Like y'all rushed to hurry up and go get pregnant the minute you touched down in Vegas. And what didn't make any damn sense to me is y'all didn't even have. It's Saturday. We draw it back for those of y'all that don't have loose mouths like me. Y'all didn't even have genuinely a place to live yet.
Right.
Y'all rented that house for 30 days where everybody was under one roof. Y'all were scrambling to find a place to live. And Cody is pumping off loads and loads inside of Robyn to hurry up and get her pregnant. But it's
but she lived. Remember, because she lived around the corner.
I get
lived in the house.
I know that.
No, she had her own house. She never lived with them. She never lived plural marriage. Ever.
Right.
Ever.
I know that. But what I'm saying is for these women, that to me would have pissed me off enough to be like, you know what? I'm cool. Once I find me a place to stay, me and my kids is
Yep.
out. Bump this TV
Yeah.
show, run me my
Yep.
cut, I'm out. But I
Exactly. That's what I'm
also
saying, Caramel Cutie. Yes.
I
Yes.
Yeah.
didn't grow up
You
the way they grew
Absolutely.
up. Like, don't get me wrong. I got grandmothers who will tell me in a minute, your grandfather gonna eat before anybody else in the house eat. And I'll be like, no,
not my
Granny, that's not
grandmother.
happening. Not in my
Mm-mm.
house. The kids eat
No.
No,
first. So
the
it's
kids.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I can understand. I ain't even gonna blame it on religion. Some people just strongly feel that you put the man first. Whatever he
No.
wants, you give it
No.
to him. You know what I'm saying? He's the head of the
Yeah.
family. If he does right, he gonna go out and provide. Don't get me
But
wrong.
he
My
never
great
provided.
grandfather
That's the
worked.
thing. He never
He
provided.
worked.
They all
He
had to
brought the check
provide.
home. Grandma paid the
No,
bills.
but
But yeah, Cody
they
didn't do
always
that.
had to supplement from
Right.
his
Yeah.
providing.
And like,
Supplement.
I
They
just
had to take care of their own dang kids.
Yeah, exactly.
He was
Oh yeah, you take care of
supplementing.
your house. Yes.
he was
do.
Yes.
supplementing, and he wasn't even
Yes.
supplementing. Really, he was buying cars and
Never.
stuff for himself.
Never.
Like he
No,
No.
he
was
had that
supplementing.
ratty ass Lexus. Sorry,
Yeah.
James.
No.
Anyway, he had
All
that
right.
ratty Lexus.
One less rant, and I want to hear from James because I like to get the male perspective because
I
I
love
get
him.
all hot and bothered. All right, now once
No,
they
that's our
got
brother. That's our brother.
once they got their big check,
Yes.
Cody went and got a damn Lexus. Now, if he was a good husband,
Right.
Oh yeah, the Lexus.
wouldn't he want to clear all his wife's debt?
If he
Not
cared
just
about the
Robyn.
family. Yeah.
Mm.
No,
But see, the whole weird thing about it is, even when he was talking about when he sat there on the special forces, he had a little couch confessional where he said, men do hard things. That's what makes a man. We do hard things. And it opens, like, I don't think, like, Cody has a lot of like sayings and cute little quips that he throws out. But at the end of the day, if you turn that statement around and look at it, the hard thing would be, if one of us is going to suffer, I'm going to drive the shitty car and I'm going to put
Yes.
you in a new car. I'm
Yes.
going to make sure that you're able to
Exactly.
transport the kids safely, and I'll drive. If I got to catch the bus to make sure that you're safe, that's what
exactly.
Yeah.
I'll go without before I have my kids or my wife go without. That's the
And who
hard
was it
thing.
that said that he always bought the broke down cars and then he would try to fix them up, but they were still not safe? I think it was Christine.
Christine's dad worked for a car dealership in Utah, so I think they
No,
were
but
getting
but they would
broke
always
down
buy
cars on
used
the
cars. Or
road. Yeah,
McKelty confirmed it. Am I wrong? Wrong,
yeah.
James?
Well, I don't know about that. Well, I don't know who did what, but I just know that if I'm sitting in a brand new car and you sitting in a car with the wheels ain't shit and a motor could blow up at any second, and you're transporting the kids back and forth, especially because of Cody's work, where he's leaving the state or he's leaving the area, and you're going to be there by yourself. So even if I took the position that, okay, well, if she gets a flat, I got to be able to get to her so I can change the flat. If you're in another
But you're
state,
in
what
a
difference does
two-seater.
that make?
You're in a two-seater.
Right.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait.
Just the fact that you
Didn't
get
they
out there and
say
change the tire with the equipment that's in the car is what I'm saying. Like, if I'm in a different state, it don't matter what I'm driving, because Cody is in a different state or
In a two-seater that does not have an emergency kit. Like, literally, I have a tire inflation kit. I have fix a flat. I have all of that in my trunk.
True.
Period.
Same. But I have a question. Didn't they try
No,
to say
I'm
on the
not trying to
show
cut. I was,
his white Lexus, he won that by selling his billboards or whatever?
It was a lie.
I mean, I know that was a lie.
No, it was a lie because it was an old Lexus. It was literally an old Lexus convertible, and he was trying to win Robyn over in that Lexus. Am I wrong? And I didn't mean to cut James off.
Well, I don't think he got the car because he was trying to get Robyn. He had that car before Robyn was even.
No, he was trying to impress her.
No, he had that car before Robyn was even in the picture.
Correct, but he was trying to impress her.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
so where did the gold Lexus come from?
I remember when the show started, they did say he won the car from work.
No,
they did say that.
That was the Nissan. That was the
but that was a two-seater as well, though. It was a two-seater.
Well, no, that's
it was a
that's
convertible,
SUV.
whatever it was. It was a
Wait,
convertible.
hold on.
Yeah.
This is the car right
That's
here.
what that's what he had, but it was white. It was like a white
Well,
or cream color.
No.
Like
he had that car when they got to Vegas.
Yeah,
That
was the car he got when he got to
goldish
Vegas.
color car he had when they got to Vegas. He had the 2-seater white one because remember when him and Janelle went camping, they're in the white
first one, yeah, and she was
right.
impressed. She was like happy because she got to ride in Lexus, and she was happy because she got to ride in the convertible.
Well, because the Lexus
like,
he had the Lexus from the beginning. That was the car when he first started shooting.
Yes,
he was talking about, "Hi, I'm Cody Brown,"
and his hair was
really
floating in the wind. Yes,
that was the Lexus that he was driving when he met Robyn. She even in the book they talk about, we met at the church. She didn't see what he was driving, supposedly. Then they met they went to the party, and she didn't see what he was driving then. And then he pulls up, and he shoots out of the car with Mary at her cousin's house when she was getting ready to leave. He just so happened to be driving around the neighborhood with Mary, and he shoots out of the car to talk to her cousin. And that's when she saw that he was driving a convertible Lexus.
James, can we give up on that fantasy?
That was also the car that they were talking about. They were going to have to sell in order for him to be able to afford to marry Robyn in the first place.
Oh, you're right. You're right because they were going to give him $20,000,
right,
for that Lexus.
And the champagne car, the brownish car, that was the car he received in Vegas. I think that was a lease job, but he received that car supposedly from the MLM that he was working for because he was doing such a good job. But,
is that the one? Is that the one during COVID where she was like, "Oh, I know where Cody is when I see his car at whoever's house"?
No, because because he had a couple Lexuses. If we're gonna be honest, he had a couple Lexuses. Like he changed them out because he had a great one later on too. But the car, this car right here, that car was the car he got from the MLM.
The brown one. Okay, because I haven't seen the brown one.
That car only appeared for a couple seasons.
Okay.
And then that car was gone.
Yeah, so Negla, when they did the Valentine's Day, all the girls went out there and
they
wrote
decorated
stuff on the car. They decorated it. Supposedly that one, only Robyn was able to drive.
Because they had a party in the backyard. Somebody's backyard.
Only Robyn was able to drive that one.
Right.
Oh, but I didn't know that was his car. So that may be where I'm making the disconnect.
Though that was his car because he said he got it from the MLM. But the way a lot of those multi-level marketing things, like if the 6 of us decided we were going to join the MLM. Oh, now it's 5 of us. But 5 of us decide we're going to join the MLM. What could happen is we join the MLM and I say, okay, I'm going to sign up and then I'm going to sign you 4 underneath me. And then anything that you guys do, I get the benefit of. So if you guys have a huge following, then I automatically become a senior person. And that's how I think he got his car. Because he supposedly signed the sister wives up under him.
No, that's literally the way Mary makes her money. Christine used to make her money. Christine knew how to cut it off. But the other thing is, what's her name? Janelle. Janelle also had independent money from selling houses.
Right.
And that's how Janelle was able to, you know what I mean? And she squirreled away her money.
MLMs.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, her and Christine still do the MLMs because they just got back from cruises. They go on cruises with them.
I think
Janelle had an MLM back then too. She was like Stripe or something with an S.
Yes,
health stuff. Yeah,
because she was doing the walking. She was walking.
Yeah,
remember?
They all are privy to doing MLMs at one point in time. But when Madison had her little podcast for the short-lived time that she had it, she did say that her dad wasn't over those get-rich-quick schemes, and that's what I tend to equate MLMs to.
Right? No, they're still in it.
Yeah, I don't like them. Yeah, I don't like them.
Because
That's what they do.
Janelle, Mary, and Christine are all in the MLMs.
Yeah.
That's what, because Christine currently has advertisements on her Instagram
And
where she
Plexus.
talks
Okay.
about her weight loss. Yeah. And
Yeah.
she attributes her weight.
Yes,
Her and
the
Janelle
shakes,
do
because
Plexus.
McKelty did the shakes, and that's how she lost weight.
Right. But
Yeah.
McKelty is
But it's
Allegedly.
starving. It's starving her.
right.
I'm just,
But McKelty
I'm
is
not
under
judging.
Christine. Christine got McKelty
Yeah.
into it.
And
Yeah,
So they're in
Madison.
it
See,
together.
And
no,
Madison.
Madison got Janelle and Christine into it. Madison started it first.
Really?
Yes, Madison
Really?
had been doing Plexus for a little over 2 years
Yeah.
before
I
Janelle and them
remember.
joined in.
Okay.
Oh,
Hmm.
because I mean, I know McKelty was always chunky, but I'm not. Look, I don't like. Look, like I don't judge. You know what I mean? A couple 100 pounds, okay, it might help me. You knew what I'm saying, and I'm not trying to be funny, so I never judge anybody for their weight. But Madison, I never really thought of as chunky. I mean, she had like chubby cheeks, but she was never fat. Like,
Oh, she picked up weight. Madison did pick up
oh,
weight.
did she?
Yeah, after
Okay.
having kids, yeah.
Well, she had 4 babies already.
I knew McKelty did too, but again, they're not fat. That's what irritates me. Also, and I'm not judging, but it irritates me. It's like you're calling people fat, and that's the way they receive it.
Well,
I'm
you got to
fat, I
look
need
at
to
it from
lose.
their standpoint, though. They're European people. They feel
Yeah.
like anything over,
Yep.
150 pounds is
Yep.
too big for them. So you got to look
Exactly.
at their culture.
And we think
In
that,
our as Southern Black people, that's
Yep.
you want to be thick,
You and I.
but in the European mindset, they don't think that way.
And since you and I we've talked about this on this platform, look, I'm not saying, look, extra pushing for the cushion if you're healthy. If you're not healthy, then there's a problem. Yes.
Well,
Well, I think society does that though too, because they'll
Yeah,
try to say
exactly.
if your BMI isn't at a certain percentage, you're considered obese.
No,
but hell,
but
You're
you can be
obese.
the
skinny and still
BMI
be
is based on
unhealthy.
European standards.
Yeah,
Exactly.
they are.
Well, I mean, look, you also have to take into account, this is the one place where I will say that, your upbringing and stuff does matter, because in the Mormon culture, there's a reason why they all look alike.
White women
that
with
is
blonde hair.
an archetype. They go for a certain archetype.
White
How you should look, how you should present yourself. So because that's the case, if you don't fit into that little master mold that they have, then you're not doing the right thing by yourself, and you don't present well. And it is important to them. So
additionally, only 144 people or 144,000 people will get in.
Right. I don't know if
I have a thing though, and this has bothered me because I know we all talked about Christine in her book, how she genuinely harps about her weight and not feeling good about herself. And I'm not going to judge no woman about her own self-esteem and how she feels about her own self. But what I will say is, I'm sure Cody didn't help that none. We know damn well Robyn didn't help that none. But I know in the beginning seasons, like season 1, Mary talks about how supposedly Cody likes her curves. He liked thicker women before Robyn came into the picture.
Janelle
Supposedly.
said that too.
Right. And so it kind of got
Robyn
me
was already in the picture. They just weren't mentioning her.
I mean, we know that now, but I'm saying when you first saw the season, we're all over here thinking that he just do a complete 360 and stop liking thicker women, because now Robyn comes in at 105 pounds when wet, thinking that she's the cutest thing since sliced bread because she's smaller than his other wives. But I also noticed, like, I'm gonna keep it a buck right now. Since reading or hearing Christine's books, I didn't physically read it. I listened to the audio version. I know that she said, and Cody mentioned it one time, and he's like, I don't have all day to just lay around and play like Christine does. I actually have to work, and I got all these kids I got to take care of. But I noticed that, like,
Robyn all day.
he browbeats Christine regarding if her house wasn't cleaned, if the kids weren't looking how they should look, and Christine believes, like, let my kids be
But I'm
kids.
in a
If they
bedroom
want
with
to
you
tear
all
up the
day.
house, let them tear up the house. But I noticed, especially in Vegas, Janelle's Janelle's house wasn't always clean. Every
Nope.
time they filmed in the kitchen, it was a sink full of doggone dishes.
It was a hot
So
mess.
Because she
you
had
allow
boys. Yes.
you allowed one wife to live trifling, but you criticized another wife if she did the same thing. But I think
Well,
it's simply because he really just did not like Christine.
He
So
did.
anything
I
her or his
said that.
kids
Oh my
I'm
did,
gonna
God.
second that emotion. I'm gonna second that emotion. Can
And
I
I'm a
jump in
third it.
something
I'm a
really
third it.
quick?
I'm -3, so I'm a
I
third it.
wanna I
Yes.
wanna jump in something really quick that James, well, the carpenter touched upon. In case you don't know, I baptized him the carpenter because they're always hitting the nail on the head. Okay. There is this
And
thing
does.
now. There
And
is this
does.
thing
Yes.
now that I've been seeing on social media with Mormon wives. They are calling them the Instagram ready wives. They're not trad wives, they're Instagram ready. And I think 444 said it. She was talking. I think I caught part of her live yesterday because I was at a friend's house and we were getting ready and I saw that it popped up. I said, "Oh, you got to listen to this because I've been trying to, I vent
Not
with
the
her and she's
fast
like, you know
forward
what?
fasting bitches. I'm
You
sorry.
you you two invested in this other stuff." But she did say that when she goes to the store, ponytail and no makeup, and she will go to the post office, go to the store, and these wives are coming in like runway models.
Right.
Hair, makeup, nails, dress. And let's face it, Cody was like wanted to lick
Yes.
Robyn's picture because her makeup was perfect. There was, I think in Christine's book, there was a picture, and the first thing he said is, "Why didn't Janelle have on makeup?" And
right.
it is part of that Mormon culture. Like they're Instagram ready.
But the
Right.
thing is, they were
So
no. The wives were complaining about Robyn not because she had makeup perfect. They were complaining about her because the babies needed to eat.
Yes.
Period.
right.
I mean, period.
Right.
No offense. Look, the babies got to eat before I do.
Yeah.
That part.
Well,
That's
I mean,
true.
I think that there's also a point too where we're like, because even referring back to like what Cody's preferences are. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
he likes
Yeah.
shapely women. I've heard that too. I've heard that from Christine.
Yeah.
I've heard that from Janelle, and I've heard that from Mary.
And Robert
The
is a
one
stick.
person Robyn said it too, but the one
But
person
no,
who
Robert
never
has
said it
mouth
is Cody.
tendencies.
Cody never said that. Yeah, I like my women more shapely. I like my women more healthy. Cody never said that.
He
True.
never said it.
No, he said I prefer people with oral tendencies.
What?
Did he?
Am I wrong? Am I wrong?
Oral fixations. Yeah, but the whole
Thank
thing
you. Thank you.
is that just because you're used to seeing somebody with a certain type of person, or historically this is the type of person they've been dating, that doesn't mean that's their preference. That just
Mm-hmm.
means that's what they could get. And
Exactly.
there's a severe possibility that Cody couldn't get like this is what I was saying. I think part of
Don't nobody want him. No.
this is part of the thing with him as far as his attraction to Robyn is that Robyn is the type of woman that he's always wanted to get, but he
Yep.
couldn't pull.
Yep.
She's submissive.
Like you're
She's
happy with what
submissive.
you can get.
No, we're talking about physical.
Like I think that
Well,
that's what he
because
wanted.
she was
I think he likes the slimmer women.
the
Yeah.
model. She was the jeans
And
model.
and James,
Oh,
I'm
I
just
see
gonna
what you're saying.
piggyback off. I'm just gonna piggyback because I mentioned this in the talk back last week. How could Mary and Janelle sit there and listen to him when he talked about how he disgusted he was with Christine? And I'm like, Janelle, you twice the size of Christine. So if he's talking about her like that, you know damn well he's talking about you like that.
Exactly.
Right.
And Janelle was not always that big. Janelle was smaller. Yes. And it's like, oh, how did you let yourself get that way? Dude, I was married to you. You know what I mean? So, excuse me.
And Janelle said she had big babies. Like all her babies was 10 pounds plus.
Exactly. She gave literally Peyton, or not Peyton. Peyton is Christine's baby, but she gave birth to sons, big sons, Grace or Garrison, and all of them. Their sons. Literally, you gain weight when you give birth to a male baby. Literally, I did. Okay. I lost weight when I gave birth to my daughter, but you gain weight and then you have to feed them. And then feeding them does not just require just okay, I can eat a regular meal, or like that I would normally eat. No. And it's not eating for two. No, it's eating healthy and nutritious, because if I nurse them, then they have to, you know what I mean? That milk has to be nutritious. Does that make sense? And James, I know you understand this because I know you have babies too. I know you're a male, but you have, you know what I mean? You have babies.
Yes,
your
and he has
wife
one of each, right?
wanted food. Your wife wanted food.
Rich man's family, but
and she ate. No, she did she or did she not eat?
Yeah, she ate. But I mean, at the same time, you also have to, like, I'm in a different position than Cody's in, because
right.
I'm appreciative of
you
the
were
fact
actually
that my
there
wife
instead
gave-
of him. Yeah,
I'm saying
taking
I'm
pictures.
appreciative of the fact that my wife gave her womb for me to be able to have children. I'm
Yes.
appreciative of that. I think that when you look at Cody's situation, he doesn't give a shit what these
No,
women are going through.
no, he
what
doesn't.
they got
No,
going on,
no, and
what
you
their
know what? And
issues
that
and
sacrifice
problems
didn't
are.
count.
The
It didn't
whole
count.
thing for him is, I want you to look a certain way. So when
Yep.
when they drop these kids, boy or girl, what his
You need to
expectation,
snap back.
because
Snap
he's
back.
looking at them, he wants
Snap
them to
back.
snap back. So you
Yep.
should have a snap back on. If you drop a baby, you should, automatically
Yeah,
lose
you
that
should
weight.
be ready to spread your legs again, so
Right.
that I can have another baby.
Because
That's why he had 3.
He wants you. It's not just about the sex for him. He wants you to look and present yourself a certain way, because, I think this goes to the whole Mormon mindset, because you are a representation of me.
Of me.
So
Yep.
the reason why these women focus so much on getting themselves dolled up so they can go to the damn dollar store is because when these men are sitting there talking to them, I can't have you walk in the streets looking a certain way, because when people see you, they think I'm not taking care of you, because it's all. It's not.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So he was.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes
And that
sense.
even went for the children. Remember that they said that he doted on Isabel for a while because she was the prettiest.
Right.
Yeah, but then until they figured out that she had scoliosis, and it's a congenital defect, and it's literally something that needs to be operated on. And then he rejected her.
She's it's not just the fact that she's got a congenital disorder, she's got problems.
Yeah. She's not perfect.
Mental. Yeah. She's autistic.
And even the
if I'm not
boys.
mistaken, I don't
Your
think
child is going to require more time from me.
Yes.
So I don't want to give you more time.
And remember,
he doesn't want to give.
He didn't want her to have the scars. He was upset about the
Yes.
scars.
He was upset about the
That's
scars.
why he didn't go to New York. And that's why he said that's why he didn't go to New York, because it's gonna leave a scar.
Right.
And it's like, but it's your
No,
baby's
he didn't go
back.
to New York because he didn't want to leave Robin's ass. That's what that
He didn't
was.
want to go to New York because he didn't want to go to New York.
It was a fake lie on COVID, but no.
I mean, at the end of the day, what was his chief complaint when Janelle moved into the RV? When they were talking about buying houses, when they were talking about the money, it was always about my inconvenience. You're inconveniencing me.
Yep.
So if you're a child with problems, that's an inconvenience. If you are asking me to come around and babysit, that's an inconvenience. Or not babysit. Technically, it's not babysitting, it's my child. So it's watching, be a parent. You're asking me to be a parent? That's an inconvenience.
How do you babysit your own kid?
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that.
So I think that that's a problem. Like, I think that even with, like, you asked the question, like, when I had kids, I was in fantastic shape before I had children. Fantastic shape, right? But when you have kids, if you're involved with your kids, you don't have the time to go to the gym.
Yep.
Like, I don't have 3 hours or 4 hours to go to the damn gym. And
I don't have time or money.
Do all that. Like, I just don't have
dealing with them is the gym.
James, you sound just like my Uncle Pat. He would say the same things, James. Maybe that's why I like you so much. He was my second favorite uncle. But let me tell you something. That was the one that I gave the example of. He was the executive in the finance firm. Mm-hmm. Someone said one of my aunt's friends, I guess they wanted to go to aerobics. And, they had made the plan and her friend came up. I forgot her friend's name. And I was there because I was always there. I was, Aunt Lucy's still my favorite aunt. And, those were the first kids born after my sister, who was the youngest grandchild. So there was that 16-year age gap. So, I was being like the mama cousin. And I was over there I think I was gonna go with them because she wanted me there for whatever reason. And her friend came over and she said, I forgot her friend's name. She said, oh, Linda's coming with us. Who's gonna babysit the kids? And my uncle, now she sees my Uncle Pat there in the den. When I tell you that man looked at her and said, and what am I? A fly on the wall? I'm their father. I am going to be with them. My wife could do whatever she wants because I am here. Let me tell you something. I was like, woo! I'm like, go ahead, Uncle Pat. You
Yeah,
tell these
Cody
people.
Cody was never gonna say that. I'm
Hell
here.
no.
Y'all can go.
I can't
No.
stand to hear a
No.
man said he has to babysit his kids. You don't babysit your kids. Them are your
Oh,
kids.
That's
You
it.
parent
Period. Point blank. You
Well,
don't.
you're
How
being
do
a
you
parent.
babysit your own child? That's your child. No,
But I think Cody was just into the aesthetics of things. Because remember when Garrison came home after his when he did his basic training, and the
thank
first thing out
you.
of his
Thank
mouth was,
you.
"Why aren't you in your uniform?"
yep.
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 And
Yes,
it's
he
like,
wanted him to perform for the cameras like a monkey. I'm
yes,
not your
yes.
monkey. I'm not your damn monkey. No, you know what? I joined the military because I was trying to impress you, and you don't give a
Yeah.
f about that.
So it's about public appeal for that's what I feel like. It's
You're
like how you look.
absolutely right.
That's why Robyn was
Right.
always on a camping trip. Remember when Hunter went off because they put no
Uh-huh.
makeup, and
Mhm.
Janelle got after Hunter like, those are the adults, and he's like, why are we putting on makeup? We're camping.
Right. Well, I mean, at
But
the end of the
also
day,
remember
that's
that
what was
during
important to
COVID.
Cody.
But
And that
also
was
remember during COVID, he literally made them stay in the trailer, or in not just the trailer, but the RV or whatever. He made them do that,
well, yeah,
and
he
it was
did that,
like,
but not
no. I think that's where he literally. I think that's where Garrison and his other sons disconnected. I really do, and Peyton, because
you know
Peyton was
what?
there too.
Wait,
I
that's
think
a
that's
good
where they
point.
disconnected.
But let me ask you how you all feel about this. I think the disconnect, the kids went from being homeschooled to public school to public school to public television. And I think the cultural exposure that his children had
That's
made
fair.
them
Yeah, that's fair.
question Cody. And
That's fair
them
because
questioning Cody threw off his priesthood authority, threw off the I guess the
remember they were doing the public
control.
dating. Remember the public dating. I just want to throw that out. Remember
Mhm.
they did the public date, like, and Cody had to come and approve all the women that were there. Remember that episode?
I want to
Was that when
say
they were with the darker kids and they all went out on that one big date for ice
Yes,
cream or whatever
yes,
and
yes.
they
that's
were
what
all
I'm saying.
talking?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to throw that out there. But please continue because what you're saying is right.
So I think that's what it was, because then he started talking about, later on in later episodes came in like he was throwing the older kids to the side. And it's because he wanted to have the younger, when I was for the first, 10 years of their lives or whatever, they idolized me. He is that type of person that he needs that idolatry, but you're only going to get it from a baby or a toddler. You're not going to get that from teenagers.
Or
And
from somebody that adopts you when you're, say, like 13 or 12, and you're really already, who the heck your father is. I apologize, James.
No, it's
I
fine.
apologize. Sorry.
yeah,
Cut it,
yeah.
please.
And
Anyway,
and
but you
and
know
and
who your
and
father
what you
is. You
said and
know who
what
your
you
father is, and your
right.
father really does want to connect with you, but your bat ass crazy mother
Didn't
won't
let
let you.
you. But you notice how they never spoke bad about Robyn's kid, and we had to read Reddit or find out snippets here and there to find out that Dayton was living in a trailer, and we didn't know why.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
No, we
that was
know
never
why.
discussed, but it wasn't discussed on the show. So we
Oh,
think we know, but it was never discussed on the show, because even Cody said, well, Garrison's going to have to go live in a trailer. Garrison was living in a trailer because, he wanted to be out of his mother's house and he wanted to save money.
Right.
But
Well, I
we
mean,
But
never
there's
know
a
why
lot
but you
Dayton.
also
about
got to
but
take into
Robyn's
account.
kids we don't know.
but
And
Yes.
she
and if
doesn't
they
keep them on
move,
the show.
You
they
also have to
move
take
to
into account that when Garrison and Gabe first had problems, I don't think it was just because of the trailer. I think that they were having problems because their dad wasn't coming around.
Yes.
He wasn't coming around anymore, and that's where they had problems with him. So
Yes.
it wasn't just the fact that he isolated him to the trailer because he didn't want him in the house because he wanted to kick him out.
Yep.
Because he wanted to have his space. But he didn't even really want the space because at the end of the day, what Janelle was struggling with was the fact that she was like, "Well, wait, first of all, you're asking me to kick my kids out. That's a hard no."
Exactly.
Even if I considered it, I would be
You don't even come here.
so that you might come around once a week, maybe.
Right.
So I'm not willing to do. I'm not willing.
Why
to
is it
that
affecting you? Exactly.
And that was the problem. Like that was the problem that she had. But real quick, I think Jody Periscala. Okay, Jody Periscala, 49 Super Chick, had a question for Local Arts Witch. Were there issues having lots of kids in your cult? Don't mean to offend. Thought you had a group somewhat similar. And then she later said that she didn't want to ask you a question you weren't comfortable with.
I like Arts Witch, and I want you to continue talking to her because she's interesting. I like her. She's Canada.
You're our resident expert.
Yeah, right. You're muted. We can't hear you.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. No, those questions don't offend me. I find them helpful because, not all of us get to leave the cult for whatever reason.
Sure.
So we were sort of quiverful, but we didn't have that term at the time. There is tons of issues. Like it does come with poverty almost automatically because nobody can keep up. But there's a lot of parentification as well. I was the eldest, and you become the mom. Like particularly the older girls, the boys aren't really expected to watch the kids. So, you start fairly young.
Real quick,
Yeah.
What responsibilities are put on the boys, if you know, at that age? Or
not much. They're mostly allowed to play. One thing I noticed a lot in my childhood, and this goes back to some of the weight stuff that you guys were discussing earlier, is the girls, we had very specific rules on how we were allowed to eat. The boys could eat as much and as often as they wanted. And so they would get to eat
healthy
first.
Okay.
Yes. And then us girls would be able to eat. But like most people I've talked to, when you got a plate of food at supper or whatever, you were probably expected to finish your plate, right? You don't want to waste food. How I grew up is I was not allowed to finish my plate. I would be called animal names if I did that. I would be called.
What does that mean?
Like a pig, a cow. Like if I finished the plate that they served me. Yeah.
Wow.
I wasn't allowed to. It was bad. So the majority of
the food then.
No,
what the shit? James. It was like some kind of weirdo test. Like they gave you all the food on the plate. And then they criticized you if you ate the food. Why would you
give me the plate? You're the one that gave me the plate. You're the one that scooped out the portions.
Ladies don't finish their plates, is what I was taught.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Yeah. You don't ever. In fact, you don't leave the table full. You should be a little. You don't leave full. You leave.
Really? Okay.
But what are you? I'm sorry.
I know, because I didn't realize that was abnormal until I left. And then I was talking to other people, and literally nobody else does this like they did. And I'm I was like, what do you mean you're allowed to finish your plate? Like,
please continue through your lunch routine or your dinner routine. Please continue. Please.
That's crazy. Please. I'm sorry you went through that. That is insane.
Yeah, local artists. Like I'm listening and I'm like,
that's insane.
You remember last week when I talked about how CPS and my mom was so scared that they were going to take her kids because I was quote unquote over the BMI and all that. And local artists, like I experienced that as well. Remember when I was like, it was traumatic. I had a bad relationship with food for years because that was one of the things I had to go through. That's one of the things I had to go through.
I got thick hips. Yes.
It was always like I was afraid to get extra because people, my mom was like, "Oh, like you're eating like a pig. You know, I went through that as well as a preteen and as a teenager.
You were hungry. You were a child. You were hungry.
Yeah.
Well, it was more so I was afraid. My mom was afraid that, we have to monitor her weight because CPS is saying she's overweight because I was bigger than all of the kids. So I went through that in my childhood as well, local artist. So I give you the Hunger Games sign. Like, I see you, I feel you. I went through the same thing. Like, and even as an adult now, like right now, if all of us was at dinner and I liked something, I would eat it, but I wouldn't ask for seconds if I wanted it.
Nope.
Because that fear is always there of, I don't want to be looked at as greedy. I don't want them to think I'm greedy. So it's hard. It's hard to shake that.
It's really hard. I don't keep a scale in my house because, like, my dad was so much like Cody.
Oh my God.
So, he was like Cody. Like, I relate to these kids. Like, there was 12 of us, me, including myself. So, like, less kids, but we were all on welfare. This is in Canada. So you get your welfare check. We were in subsidized housing, and we had, in Canada, you receive a check until your child is 18, just general money for having a child. I think that money's supposed to go toward clothes or daycare, depending on the age of the kid.
It's supposed to be for the care of the child.
Yes. Yeah. So, like, they got a little bit more money than it sounds like American children may receive. My parents would fill the tub, and then they would bathe the youngest children first. You don't get to change the water.
That's down south. They used to do that stuff down south.
Yes. And then my dad, if he saw me eating, like, I had to eat a certain way. I had to chew everything a certain amount of times. Everything had to look a certain way. But I don't have the degrees to diagnose my father. And he has since passed, but I would say that he was like a vulnerable / covert narcissist.
No offense. Can I ask you, how old are you?
I am 39.
Oh, you're a baby.
Literally, no. You are a baby. Yes, to me.
But I want to commend you for speaking up and telling your story. Yes, not a lot of people would ever do that. So from me, I thank you for that.
And know that we'll always be here to listen.
Oh, well,
we always will be here. I call you a baby because I'm 63. So you're probably, you could be
I'm 49 or 48, but
you could maybe be my child, but that you could also shed light on this, because we're just, we're being like armchair psychologists, social workers. But I think it's safe to say that those of us that haven't been in a cult have grown up with the same value system, with real God beliefs in our lives, where it is, you bring your family first, you love your family, you take care, as a parent, you don't push yourself first. It's like, I'll never forget, I'm gonna go back to my Uncle Pat. No, my kids come first. I've already lived my life. I'm here to make sure that they could succeed the day I die.
Yes. And
even my father said that. Let me give my father credit. He was a young father. He was, girl happy. They had to get married young, whatever. But he had my grandmother to keep him in line and to keep him straight. And I'm going to tell you something. My grandmother was really one of a kind. As a Puerto Rican woman that grew up on the island, farming in the countryside,
she went through it.
She was ahead. No, hear me out. She was ahead of her time. No.
Exactly.
She did go through it like they did, but she was ahead of her time. She did not want her daughters marrying at 18. She did not want her daughters to not have an education. She did not want her daughters to be vulnerable. She taught her daughters and taught her granddaughters, and I'm specifying the daughters, you always have that secret bank account that nobody knows about. Always come, you come to the family. You come to the family if you're in trouble. I don't care if your husband is a doctor or lawyer or the president of the United States. If he lays a hand on you, you come and you tell me. I will tell your brothers. You come to me first. That, and she raised us with that, and she also raised us with tolerance. Like, I didn't know what gay was. They didn't teach you that as a kid. And
No.
my aunt was a beautician, and she took my grandmother's credit. She owned her own business, and she owns a home business because she saved. The family pulled resources. So, and you know, first generation Puerto Rican off the island, that was a big freaking deal. We were the only ones that owned our own house. I'm not going to say when she first came in, they had to live in rat infested apartments in you know, in what was known as Spanish Harlem.
Brooklyn.
But
Yeah.
and she didn't come from that, you know, in Manhattan. And she just, it killed her that she had to pull her oldest out of school to work in a factory, but it was for the family good. And then she expected them to try to go back to school, but she was not going to raise her family and the next generation in squalor. So it wasn't about her. It was about her family and the next generation. And she instilled that in us.
And that's
you know,
also why Janelle kept leaving. That's
but you know what? She wasn't. Yeah, but she needed to stay gone. She needed to stay gone.
She did.
And
she did.
I don't know if y'all feel the same way, but I always felt she was stigmatized. Okay.
Yeah, probably, especially where they lived.
Best fight that he ever had.
No, when I mean stigmatized, art, which I'm trying to be nice, it was the sex.
No, I know what you. I know exactly.
No, local. I'm just like explaining local art, which, you know, it's just it's a Brooklyn saying.
No, sis.
No.
Literally,
But
we're
you
not
also have to remember.
No, we gotta go one at a time because people can't pick up on it.
Oh, I've
yeah. No. You also have to remember she was married to Mary's brother at 18. So I doubt Janelle was the floozy of the LDS.
She was never
prior
married
to that.
She was never
Janelle married Adam Barber. She was married to Mary's brother first. They divorced,
No,
and
her
then
sister.
afterwards.
Wait, what?
Wait, one at a time, because now even I can't hear. We got to stop talking over each other. One at a time.
I was saying
sorry.
Janelle was married to Mary's brother.
Right.
Yeah.
Divorced him and then went to Cody. So I'm saying I don't think she dated many men in between Adam and Cody. So if she was quote unquote stigmatized, I could see why. She only went from one to the other.
Right.
Right. No, she had no children prior to Cody. So
You're right.
I don't think Janelle was the floozy of the LDS church.
I'm not calling her
I don't think she slept around.
No, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying by him. She was stigmatized by him. Because she would make silly statements here and there, like, oh, you know, there's no problems with us in the bedroom, and Cody likes his women big, you know.
Well, she flirted with her.
I still don't know what she's talking about with the money. And again, everybody keeps saying Janelle, ask Janelle. Now, I'm not stupid, but no offense, but I have back money. Like, I'm married. Been married for 7 years. I have back money. Okay. My husband don't know how much is in that account, and it is what it is. Does that make sense? But I'm telling you that you can't tell me that she's like, well, no, Cody told me what to do and I wrote it out. And I like Janelle, but nope, I'm not buying that.
I do have problems with it, but in Janelle's defense, in cultures like this, and I did not grow up Mormon, but we tend to prioritize the man's needs. Like, I remember as a kid being able to perceive that the adult sexual needs were more important than the needs of the children. It was like,
that's the sexual needs,
it was
not
really
the needs
normal.
of the household. But that's not the needs of the household, though. Okay, so his sexual needs are not the needs of the household.
But I think that what you're talking about, Negla, is one mindset, whereas local arts, which is talking about the mindset of the man first. And if adults only matter because they're the ones who are providing,
I see.
Don't come into play.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. And there's a little bit of like
prioritizing, like I have this switch that makes sense. And
yes, because in these cultures, I remember waiting to turn 19 because I was like, I'll finally be an adult. Because in Canada, you can drink at 19. So I was like, I'll be a final adult and I'll be a human was the thought in my head. And then I was like, I am a human. It took me a second. And what I think I was realizing is I was so dehumanized that I almost didn't perceive myself as a human anymore, right? Like you have to turn a certain age in order to get people, the adults, to treat you with any respect, because children were meant to be seen and not heard, if you should see them at all, honestly.
Right.
You know, the McKelty talked, was it McKelty? They were talking about how good the food would be for Cody when he would come. And I have so many memories, very similar memories. Yes. Yeah, the steak dinners while they're eating moldy bread. My bread wasn't moldy, but I remember a piece of bread with margarine, and I would get juice if I was lucky instead of water. And that was it. Like that was just, and they're eating steak, they're eating pizza, and they're sometimes rubbing your face in it. Like it was, you know, from my own father, I heard
you
about.
Got meat. Yeah, you got pepperoni.
Yep.
Or was it pepperoni pizza or cheese pizza? I'm just
they had pepperoni, yeah.
Okay. But
yeah, I had bread.
No.
I had bread and water.
Good for you.
So you eat bread and water, they got toppings. They got
yes.
As a child.
But
yeah, and they eat it with you at the same table.
As a child. Yeah. Well, you know what? I get my 3 pieces and then you guys can share among yourself.
Right.
That's what a person with a conscience would do.
Yeah. But I think that there's also a difference in mindset. Whereas one group of people be willing to make sacrifices for their kids. Well, I think what Local Arts, which is specifically talking about, is the invisible nature of being a child and a person who is voiceless, and therefore you don't matter. So it doesn't matter whether you're hungry. It doesn't matter whether how badly we treat you, which is ironic because even in the special forces, when Cody was doing the couch interview, he had talked about, you know, when it comes to men, women look for love, but men, we demand respect. If you don't respect me, I don't care about the love. He said the same thing during the show, and he's bringing that to the special forces thing. But at the end of the day, we have to understand that when he says that I have to be respected, that's not a two-way street. What he's saying is you have to respect me, but I don't have to respect you.
No.
And there's a subtle difference. And that's more along the lines of more in line with what you were saying, Local Art Witch. That when push comes down to shove, you know, that there's a level of disrespect that you endured because they could sit there and eat well, and you're hungry. And they could not care what your opinion is because your opinion doesn't matter. That's a lack of respect. That's disrespect.
Yeah.
I have a question for Local Art Witch. When the way you grew up, did they prioritize the boys over the girls?
Yes.
So like the boys would automatically get more respect than the girls would?
More respect, more what's the word I'm looking for? More food, better clothes,
more favor, better favor.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Like they would just be prioritized in almost every arena, and it was more respectable for boys to have even education and to like get your boys to be educated. For girls, it was really kind of frowned upon. Like they almost didn't want me to graduate even high school because, you know, I'm not here for that, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, like it's at the time when you're growing up in it, and this is going to sound insane, but it's normal. You don't see anything wrong with it. You think, oh yeah, this is the way God intended it because that's what you're taught. And it's not until you grow up, and if you're lucky enough to leave like I was, now leaving means a lot. It means loss of community, loss of family. Like you lose a lot. And it wasn't until I had children of my own and I thought, I have 2 boys, so it would have been different even if I stayed in the culture. But imagining for just a second that one of them would have been a girl just broke my heart. And that's when I realized really how dark it was,
but
how
also,
I was treated.
Do you train your sons?
Yes. Oh wait, what do you mean?
To not be so
like Yes, that is actually my main
Does that make sense?
goal. Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And it's just, I'm not accusing, I'm just asking.
No, it's a good question because sometimes you don't even realize. Like, I remember watching a show with them and I started noticing just because you as parents can do the best you can, but sometimes media, like my kids are in public school. I wanted that. I'm in a city, I'm in a capital city. So they see people with all sorts of skin colors and different languages. And I think that's fantastic. Where I grew up, that would have been really frowned upon because it was a very white fundamentalist little area that we had. So it's very important to me whenever some issues come up, I sit with my kids, I talk to them about it, and a more female, I guess, perspective on it, because I am afraid of putting Andrew Tate's out into the world, because these kids, I know every generation probably says this about the new kids, the new generation, but like some of the things that they're saying and like it seems
They're
to
not
be,
getting it. Yeah.
they're wild. And so it doesn't take very much for something to go from like a joke to that being kind of embedded in your brain.
It's serious.
So I'm like, it's serious. So I'm like, especially like if somebody tells my kids no, I really, I'm like, no, they said no, you need to stop. You need to listen. You need to, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm hoping that will expand into other areas because they're 8 and 12, right? So, yeah.
Well, I think that when it comes to a lot of the manosphere folks, including like Andrew Tate and his brother and people of that ilk, what it comes down to is they operate and they benefit from the insecurities of men that they're talking to. So it's not so much that they're just cool, it's the fact that they're talking to people who feel powerless for whatever reason. And in their insecurity, they lash out and try to find other people to oppress. Because one of the things that really strikes me about a lot of their content, again, is that they don't focus on women who would be in line with their values, but rather they tend to focus on women who are diametrically opposed to the very thing that they say they want, and they actively try to break those women. And they do that in an effort to show off for the people who are their audience.
Yes.
And so when you see a lot of that stuff, I think that it's important that we take a moment to help young men, to guide them, and simply teach them that women are people. Like that's what when I was talking to my son when he was coming up, and especially as he started to approach adolescence around the time when you start liking girls, right? One of the big things that I told him was, when it comes down, like simplified, when it comes down to it, if you want to talk to a young lady that you're attracted to, it's not going to come down to a flashy or catchy catchphrase or one-liner that you're going to do, and then all of a sudden she's going to be your girlfriend. You have to talk to them like people, because that's what they are. They're people. So just have a conversation with them. You see somebody you like, have a conversation, talk to her, engage with her like a person. It's not, I'm a mac on her, I'm gonna talk to her, or I'm gonna approach her differently than I would approach anybody else. And it's that type of normalization, I think, goes further than, even just the basic confrontation. The one thing I will say is that you had mentioned that when you had the young men in your household would be treated different. I think the mindset of the people who are treating them different goes back to the old adage or the more traditional thought, we'll call it, of we're trying to train these young boys to be men. I need them to be stronger, so I'm going to feed them because they're going to have to be able to defend the house. For some reason, they always go to home defense. Then I need them to be educated because they're the ones who are going to have to provide for a family. The young ladies don't have to be educated, because when push them down to shove, your only job is to try to land a good man.
Yes.
And be a wife. And
give
like children.
Most of the training is about home care and maybe like food, being able to cook, being able to clean and clean properly, but sometimes mending of clothes and stuff like that.
Right. like home ec, basically.
Home ec,
And that's the focus. And it limits the young ladies in terrible ways. But in a way, and the crazy part is that with a lot of that male empowerment, it's not even so much male empowerment as much as it is laziness. Like it's a very lazy way to think of things. Like you try to limit women's ability or availability within the workplace because you're afraid to compete against them. Or you don't want them to get good jobs because they might outshine you financially. So you have to try to limit them.
Hey, James, can I break in real quick? Real quick. Literally, my father, in addition to being an architect and an engineer, he was also he taught industrial arts. I'm not lying. Literally, I can give his name. I'll give his name to you and you can verify it. But I'm dead serious. My father was an industrial arts teacher. Okay. My father built our kitchen table. My father also, literally, he was able, and he still is able to melt iron into liquid.
Oh, cool.
And he knows the process to do it. Asbestos inspector and all of that. I'm dead serious. How this translates is that where you're speaking to my sister has life in her. Am I wrong?
No.
She has life in her. So I'm not wrong. Sis,
no.
Literally, I love you. And I'm telling you, look, I fell in love with James first time I heard his show, and I'm in love with you now. And when I say that, I just mean it like as far as, I believe that God, or sorry, can't say that, but anyway, man upstairs has a purpose for both of you. What he's saying right now is accurate, and what he's saying is needed. Sis, receive it. Do you receive it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I apologize. I didn't mean to break in, but I did need to break in.
No, that's fine.
If that's, I'm sorry, James.
I know what you're feeling, Negla, because I felt it. It's like we're not just talking about a program that's pissing us off, about people that are getting paid to dehumanize their family. It's like, which is why I gravitate towards James, and I am glad that Local Art, which is sharing her
James
story, because we need to know. We need to know that it's real, that it's still happening, and it's not made for TV. And I really do feel, James, that the way you approach this and the way you do this, it's like you are carpenter, social worker, and public advocate. And that is why you have the audience you have. Art, which I thank you for sharing your story, because a lot of people would not be able to do it.
James, accept the calling.
Yeah.
Accept the calling.
Y'all are doing good work. It is, because we don't know who in our audience is going through this and doesn't have the courage or think that they deserve someone to speak to them and hear them and validate them, talk to them. Because you said something very important, James. The tenets of this religion dehumanizes the women.
Right.
Yeah.
And it dehumanizes the children until they're of a certain age.
Right.
And so we could bring it back to like the sixth way. It's like, okay, now you have to realize you were dehumanized because you've been out there. So let's say season 4, season 5. Okay, this had to have started wearing off. When do you step out of that and start protecting your children?
Yes. That's what's bothered me. Like, I've had a lot of compassion for these women for a long time, because until I started going through Christine's book, I try to assume the best of people. I try to assume that they believe what they're telling me at the very least. And because most of us, in order to be able to sleep at night, we believe that we're doing something good, something right in some way. And so if you truly believe, if the Browns believe that the only way to get to heaven is by living the way that they do, then I do think if they truly believe that they are doing a good by allowing other people to at least know about it, that it's an option, right? When you're
No, it
thinking
was
of the
the way that they
salvation of
did.
the soul.
But it
However,
was the way that they did.
Yeah, let her
yes,
finish. Let her finish.
exactly.
Sure.
Like knowing that they were lying from before the show was even up, before, like James asked, it might have been a thing like this. James asked, do you think it is right or okay or morally okay for them to be doing what they're doing? And I said, if they truly believed it, right? Like when I was in the culture that I was in, I wasn't a Jehovah's Witness, but we did have this concept of being blood guilty. And basically that is when, if you're not proselytizing to other people and that person goes to hell and you die, their blood is on your hands. You are guilty for that because you could have and should have proselytized to them, because now they're in hell because you didn't, right? So that's where I come from, when, like, if they believe that, but they didn't even believe it. So it's when you start realizing, and they did realize at some point on some level that what they were doing was not okay. Like if Christine had still believed, up until Truly was born, but then you have to pay hospital bills. Like if she was starting to think of leaving in the first season and she stayed, I wouldn't blame her, because she just had a baby in a hospital. And I don't know how expensive that is, but I hear, and they're not insured, right?
Mm-mm.
And then
Nope.
she would still be paying that, I bet, when
They're not
Truly
insured,
went
but
into
she
kidney
filed
failure.
bankruptcy. She filed
Oh,
bankruptcy for
oh,
both, not only for the birth, but also for the kidney failure. That
really?
was what
So,
she did. That she was trying to get Cody to go out and fly. Am I lying?
wow, I didn't know.
What'd you say? She was trying to get Cody to what?
She was trying to get Cody to go for the scoliosis surgery.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
But the bankruptcy had to do with, she was including both surgeries.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
I thought
Yes.
the bankruptcy happened before they even got on the show.
Yeah. She
No,
filed
hold
bankruptcy.
on. She has 3 bankruptcies. I'm not lying. Christine does.
Yes, because they did have a bankruptcy before the show started, but I
Thank
didn't
you.
realize. Yeah, I didn't realize she claimed bankruptcy. And I also didn't know that, because I'm in
Because
Canada, so it's not something I
what's her
have to.
name? Mary, no, was it Mary or was it I don't know if it was Mary or the other one, but they had also filed bankruptcy.
I think
I
all
don't
three
think it was
wives at
Mary.
one point had filed.
Well,
Mary's had a
according to this,
bankruptcy.
I'm sorry.
no, I was saying
Yes.
according to this, Christine filed bankruptcy in 2010, and then
Yes.
Janelle filed
And
for
she said she was
bankruptcy.
on food stamps. Yes.
Right, and then Janelle filed for bankruptcy in '97.
Twice. It was
And
it
then
twice.
Cody in 2005.
Oh, Cody filed? I didn't know
Yeah.
Cody filed.
Yeah, Cody and Mary.
So the show started in
before
what,
Mary.
2010, was it?
2010,
2010,
like
yeah.
mid 2010.
So okay, so a lot of
So-
those bankruptcies were
And
before the
again,
show.
that's what I'm trying to
Mhm.
say. That's what I'm trying to say. Like literally, they came on the show. They knew what the deal was.
Yeah.
But hold on, Negla, along with, she could have tried to put a hospital birth for Truly on the bankruptcy. Depending on the bankruptcy courts, they didn't
That
have
was
to
why
accept
she
it.
filed. Or I
But
thought
I'm
that was why
saying they
she
didn't
filed.
have to accept it. So she still could have been on the hook for that bill.
I think she was. I think she was on the hook
that
for it.
may
She
have.
had to pay
You know
for
what?
it.
Probably
Yeah,
because
she
she
had
was
to
on the
pay that
show, and they knew she had
$200,000.
money. That
Right.
makes sense.
But
Okay,
Like
that
I
makes sense.
hope you all know, if you file bankruptcy, you can't put in your student loans, and that's a United States law in all states.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it wasn't a loan. It was a medical debt that
That's true. It's still a debt.
incurred. But the reason why she incurred the debt was because she had been filing for food stamps, and she claimed that she didn't know who the father. Literally, Kody was not on any of her children's birth certificates.
But wait.
In the book,
But
in the book,
Christine's. He was on Christine's birth certificate. Yes.
I think he's on all of them because Janelle said he was on it. Janelle is quoting us saying she signed the birth certificates. He signed all his kids' birth certificates.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah, because it was in Christine's book. So on the show, they said that Kody was not on Christine's birth certificates, but in the book, apparently he was. So why did they need to go to paternity?
No. I read the book. I saw the book, or I heard the book.
Well, in the book, she said
it could just be
her kid's
it
birth
could just be the state.
She said that
for child support.
No, she said that he was there for all the births. That's
right,
not what
but
she
for
said.
Child support, it could be a state law. Every state, every county is different.
No, if there's a father present.
Hold on. Pause. I could list Joe Blow to being the father of my kids. Doesn't necessarily mean Joe Blow is the father of my kids. So if I'm going to get child support from Joe Blow, and let's just say he says, hey, I'm not the dad. I might have been at the hospital the day these kids was born, but they came out with blonde hair, blue eyes, and I've had nappy dreads to my ankles my whole life. There's no way these kids are mine. The court can still issue paternity tests.
The state of Utah never did that.
I'm just saying every state is different.
No.
So,
well, guys, I think we're talking about a few different things. When Christine filed for custody and child support,
it was only
because there was a time when she said that she didn't know who the father was on her official applications for welfare.
For food stamps.
For welfare.
That would trigger.
One at a time, please. I can't hear.
That would trigger a paternity test from the court if she put on official records she didn't know who the father was on previous records. Now, in the book, like previously in the show and in the first book, she said that she didn't have Kody's name on any of her children's birth certificates. In her most recent book, she said that Kody was listed as the father on her birth certificates. There's a few places in that book where it's very inconsistent with what we've been told versus what she's telling us now. Hey, Betty, what's going on? You're in the house.
Hi, sweetie. How are you?
Doing well.
Hi, my darlings. How are y'all doing?
Hi,
hey, happy Saturday,
First time here, so if I mess up, y'all just have to please forgive me.
My only point, real quick, and then I'll stop, is even if he was or wasn't on Truly's birth certificate, she did or didn't claim she knew who the daddy was.
She knew
on bankruptcy filings, on welfare applications. She has recorded documentation that Kody was at the hospital. He claimed Truly was his. Even if they did or didn't accept the legal documentation, she got proof to back it up that is that man's child at the end of the day, if that's what she chose to put in court later on. That's my only argument. Okay.
Well, no. See,
but it's not an argument, sis. Literally, I wasn't trying to argue with you.
I don't mean that you were. I'm just saying that was like my point. Yeah.
But the whole thing is that there's a difference between, like, even if I believe that I'm a child's father, right, and I'm I write my name on a birth certificate, or I go down and I'm at the hospital, I raise the child up until the time that they're 16, 17 years old. If I'm taking for child support or custody, a court can always order paternity. So it really doesn't make a difference. Like, at the end of the day, the science is the science. If I'm the father, I'm the father. The test ain't gonna make a difference. You know what I mean? So I think that they just did it in this particular case. I think they might have done it not necessarily saying it truly isn't Kody's child, but just covering their bases.
Yeah.
So the court has to do it legally. The court has to do it because in order to order child support,
Utah's position is.
Question: even if they order child support, will they help pay for the psychological damage that has been done to this poor child?
Nope.
No, what they'll
do
is
you gotta remember the age. Well, I'm saying it's the age, and she's very young right now, and she's going through these. At 14, 15, you're very much aware, even as a young adult.
Yeah.
And Your life has always played that on TV, and now on top of that, you have paternity tests. So, do you question as a child? Well, is this my dad? Is it not my dad? Okay, yes, it's my dad, but why
There's
would
no
there have to
question.
even be the psychological damage both parents, and I mean, like, I like Christine, but both parents are doing to this child is irreparable. I mean, it's going to be
I get
years
what
of
you're saying,
therapy
Mommy.
and trust issues. I mean, how do
I
you
get what
fucking
you're
trust
saying.
somebody that both parents are literally doing this to?
Yeah.
As far as the bankruptcy thing, I don't know about, like, I mean, after Hurricane Katrina, we had medical bills and we had to do bankruptcy, but we could not do medical bills. That did not fall in that. Like, it did not excuse me. We still, and God knows that my
Sometimes
husband,
they
thank
won't
God we
excuse
have good
me.
insurance right now, but medical bills can wipe your ass out fast.
What,
Oh, I
Miss
bet.
Betty, what state are you in? You're in, what state are you in?
Now I'm in West Virginia, but originally, like when
Oh, so
Hurricane
when you
Katrina and
say
all that happened,
you were in
it was
Louisiana?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, it's Tennessee.
Yeah,
So that's what it is.
yeah, we were in
Every state,
Louisiana.
yeah, every
Is
state has
different.
different bankruptcy laws. And the only thing
Yeah, at the
that the
time that
federal,
we did it,
yeah, wow,
we were in
wow,
Tennessee, and you could not, under
put
any
medical
circumstance,
bills.
claim medical bills.
Wow.
Not
Like,
in
you
this
had to pay the
area,
medical.
Tennessee.
You could do payment plans and restructure, but
Mm.
medical bills, student loans,
Yeah.
you could not file bankruptcy on
Yeah,
those.
student loans in
You
New
had to
York
pay.
either. The student loans, I think they made that federal. The
Yeah,
medical, I
that's
wasn't
right.
aware that you couldn't put that on a bankruptcy.
No,
I
this
mean, I
is
guess
like, and I'm
I
talking
guess it's
about like
state
20
by
years ago.
state. Yeah, I guess it's state by state.
I think it
I
is,
wasn't
but
aware
like
of that.
20 plus years ago, I mean, like we tried, like, because most of our bills were medical.
Yeah.
Most of our bills
My New
now are
York
medical.
sister, my New York, Long Island sister, I need to get your number because I want to talk to you like I talked to Mama Betty because that's Mama Betty who's patched
Have you,
me,
baby?
and I want to talk to you.
You
Please,
better be
my
taking
name is
that
Negative
iron
and
still.
everything. And
Wait, you want to talk to me?
Yes, yeah,
Yeah.
no, as a sister, like no. If you are willing, that's fine.
Yeah. Well, local arts, which you had your hand up. But before we go,
And also,
just to clarify,
Of course,
something real quick. When you file for bankruptcy, it's done through federal court. However,
correct.
state law can impact how your case turns out.
It
So,
depends. It does depend on
just
what
so we're
state.
clear on it, like bankruptcy proceedings are they're always in federal court, but the state law can still affect the outcomes of
Correct.
the case. Like, as an example, like state laws often can determine which assets a debtor can protect or exempt
Correct.
from creditors. So depending on what state you're in, that depends on how much or what they can take.
Like if you have a car, they
I
might
won't
not
keep you
be
but
able
1
to.
second, y'all, then I'm going to jump off. But because of what James just said, I have to tell y'all a story. When we did our bankruptcy, and God knows we were young and fucking scared to death because we'd never had to go through anything like that. Pardon my language, Lord, don't send me to hell. We actually had, which is actually one of the Fords. I don't know if y'all not follow politics, anybody, but I'm not going to say which Ford, but it was one of the Fords in Memphis. That's like
Gerald
huge.
Ford.
That's a big thing. And he was actually doing bankruptcy the same day we were, and he had, like, I mean, it's just so funny because we were trying to hang on to our house and our car, and he had Persian rugs and all kinds of assets that they were listed. I'm like, the hell? And because you can reaffirm, we did it, like, I think it's a chapter 7 or chapter, whichever one that you reaffirm stuff. He was trying to reaffirm Persian rugs, luxury cars. I mean, like, it was just crazy. I'm like, girl, give me one of them damn rugs. I'll pay all my bills quick. But I mean, like, it's just funny. So that just kind of reminds me of like how we're talking about Christine and all them now. Like statute of limitations on how long, like, even if they got food stamps and they lied about who the father was, I'm
So
sure
they can get hit
like
with fraud.
now coming out,
You're
there's going to be a
required. No,
statute
you're
of
required.
limitation.
No, you're required to disclose who the father is, because they'll make the father pay, and then
with the statute of limitations, who knows? I mean, I'm sure there is a statute that says.
Right. Yeah. Well, because what Betty was referring to, she just dropped off. But what Betty was referring to was that with the statute of limitations, because it was so long ago, because let's be honest, they weren't filing for child, they wouldn't even qualify for most welfare programs if they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars doing system.
Exactly.
Like they would get laughed out of that. If anything, they might go to jail for applying for the shit.
Yeah, exactly. Because you shouldn't be. Well, no. I will say, child support does make you, when you go to establish child support, you have to establish who the father is. They make you. No. They make you sign up. They make you at least apply. They do literally. They do that.
No, well, what I'm referring to is if you're on a social program and you make
figures, I'm telling you,
there's no way they're making you. There's no way they're giving you. You're not even close to a.
No, I didn't have a choice. I had to disclose everybody I had sex with before I, you know what I mean. Like when I got pregnant with my child, I'm not playing. That's what they do.
You have to disclose any potential fathers. I'm not saying that. What
Correct.
I'm saying
any potential. I apologize.
Is that there's a statute of limitations on their ability to go back and get them for welfare fraud because it's not wide open. It's
correct.
Like
and what Christine did was she went back before the statute of limitations had expired, and she had not been with anybody else. Like literally, there are only two candidates. Okay. It's either Cody or it was David. It wasn't David. So who was it? Cody. Duh. We already knew that. She was literally pregnant.
Well, I mean, we know that because we watched the show. But we don't know who she was messing with and what she was doing. So that's why they will require a paternity test. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, because you don't know. Like, you know, we assume that Christine is a forthright woman, but she could have been, she could have been backdoor. Like she's just better at it. Like
I'm
Cody
not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying,
she might have been on the hush hush. But look,
she went fine.
You wanted to say.
Yes. So I appreciate that maybe in the States, depending on the states, probably, that a paternity test is regulated or expected to be done.
No,
because
it should be. No, sis,
it should be because I have a very relevant story. So when my parents separated when I was quite young, my mom went with a new fella, and then my dad disappeared off into the ether somewhere, and then it was discovered that I was being physically abused by my mom's new boyfriend. And so we had to go to custody court, and my father finally came back from Alberta. And in these court files that I have, it states that she was running around, that my dad was so relieved that this baby, myself, was born because it prevented my mother from running. Now, I don't think she was. My dad was just a very malicious human being. And so he's alleging that she was sleeping with all these men. Initially, my father got full custody of me. And my question is, why was there not a paternity test done on me? Because he was alleging that I might not be his. That should have been done.
So he got to make shit up.
He got to make anything up. There was no paternity test. So in theory, I could have been placed with anybody just claiming to be my dad because he was on birth certificate. And I'm looking at these court documents that I recently received, and I'm like, so I went no contact with him for like 20 years because he was very, like, not just because of the food issues, but he was sexually inappropriate with me as well. And I didn't want my kids to have anything to do with him. So I get a phone call that he's ill. And I was like, y'all are lying. But anyway, it was cancer. And so when I went in to see him, I hadn't seen this man in 15, 16 years. I walk in the hospital, we say hello, I sit down next to him. And the first thing he says to me is like, I need to tell you something. And I'm like, oh no, what is it? And I lean in and he says, none of these kids are mine. You're not my kid. And I'm like, really? You haven't seen me in at least 15 years. And you're starting this BS again. I didn't say it because he was very, very ill. Like he looked like he was on the doorway as it was. And it was good in some ways. It was good in that part of me was so afraid that he became a better human being and I missed out on all those years I could have had my dad around.
All that awesome.
But on the other hand, I was relieved because obviously I made the right decision because I was the scapegoat in a lot of ways in my family.
No, but you needed your mental. You needed
I did.
Okay.
But so he's still going on by this story. And then I get a hold of the court documents after he has passed, right? And there it is in black and white on paper that I may not be his. And I think I am. Like James, if I sent you pictures of my father and pictures of myself, you'd be like, yeah. And I know that's not the most reliable way to discover paternity, but like, come on. I was like, why did you fight for custody of me? Why? Like, because my whole life growing up with him, like I eventually got put into foster care because I was so malnourished. He wasn't feeding me. So they would put me in foster care. He would do a couple months of a parenting course. And then most summers I would be placed back with my father. So
did he ever explain why he wasn't feeding you? I mean, that's a basic human right. I mean,
he just called me a pig. So I was not like no child is a pig. But
hold on, did he call you the gluttonous or something like that? Or
yeah, anything and everything. But I was chronically underweight. Like I'm a healthy weight now, but when I was like 24, I got married. I was only 90 pounds because I was still struggling with the eating disorders that he kind of gifted to me. I would like to know that too, Betty. I want to find out for sure.
Sis,
for sure that he's my dad, but
literally
get a family DNA.
I'm reaching out. My name is Negla 3. My name is Negla 3. If you hit me up on Facebook or anything like that, I'm gonna reach out. And I'm not discounting James, and I'm not trying to overtalk James at all. But Mama Betty knows we got you.
Well, thank
Betty
you.
Aldrich, she knows. Betty,
yeah, this is a
Mama
good
Betty,
community.
we're gonna team up, and we're gonna have you. We're gonna have your back.
Well, thank you, because my grandfather just passed away a couple months ago, and I was already grappling with the court documents, and my aunt was saying, she confirmed, like none of them thought I was actually related. And it really crashed on me then. Oh, it's hurtful because I'm like, why'd y'all keep me around? Because my grandfather, when he was dying, when I was living with my dad or like part-time, all the family slept upstairs. We had a 3-floor duplex that was subsidized. So, the word.
No,
and
I want to be clear. You grew up Mormon.
No.
No. I know you grew up in Canada, but for some reason you thought that there was a connection. Is that correct? Or no?
There are things in common between what I see on Sister Wives.
Sure. Okay.
Yes,
and
some
what
things.
You grew up
Yes, and with 19 Kids and Counting. Those two shows really spoke to me because there were so many things in common, but they were better at it. They were doing it the right way, not the way that we were doing it, right? But of course you don't know. Yeah, like the Duggars especially, that was what a lot of people in my community were trying to go toward. Did you guys see the news thing where they have the kids in a row and they're in those red and white dresses, with the apron? It was like the first thing. Jim Bob was doing He was running for governor or some sort. He was running for something in Arkansas.
Yeah.
And he has all the kids behind him like little ducks. And a bunch of the girls are wearing these bright red dresses with the white 80s apron on the chest there.
Yeah.
With the frills. I had that dress. Like we were but my grandfather mentioned to me as he was dying, because it was cancer. And he's like, I'd always noticed, because I had to sleep in the basement on the floor and the rest of my family slept upstairs. And I was like, you guys all saw this. Nobody made a phone call. Nobody said,
you slept in the basement on the floor.
On the floor. I did not even have
hold on.
a
So
cot.
don't gloss over that. Sis,
right.
You survived that trauma.
Yeah.
Don't gloss over that. Am I wrong? And literally James is still on here, and so are Karma Cutie and oh goodness. Hold on, there's another one. Yeah,
he disappeared.
Literally.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what I would say, because it sounds like there's a little bit of confusion. When you talk about why your dad denied paternity and why he did it, just to give some clarification, at least from my perspective. I don't know him, so I can't tell you.
They do it for money. They do it for money.
What it comes down to is a lot of things. First, that's not an anomaly. A lot of times when guys, and this is unfortunate, but it's just the reality. There are some guys, when they find out that their paramour or person they mess around with is pregnant, their first response is, when they want to avoid responsibility, is you must have been messing around with somebody else. That's the first thing they snap off with when they personally don't want to take responsibility. Like, they could know for sure. They could have you under 24-hour surveillance in a locked room by yourself for 3 weeks, and then you turn up pregnant, and all of a sudden somehow you were sneaking out through a mouse hole to go mess with somebody else because they don't want to be the father. It's a way for them to avoid responsibility. And then later on, they take that on. And what I've seen is that they will maintain that. Like, your mom was messing around with a bunch of people. I don't know what's going on, because that in itself, that unsurety, relieves them of personal responsibility as to why they weren't doing what they were supposed to be doing, which is do right by your kids. So if I'm not the father, I don't know if I'm the father. So therefore, if I mistreat my children or I don't do them right, it's not my fault. It's the fault of their mother. And it's a way for them to offshoot a lot of that personal.
It's also guilt.
Right. And you feel bad because you weren't a part of their life and this, that, and other. And even the most heinous villain doesn't see themselves as a villain, but they see themselves as the hero of their own story.
Yes.
And in that case, he would see himself as a victim. Somehow this woman trapped me with these kids that I don't have nothing to do with, and she knew she was messing around. This is part of the reason why, like, I know some folks don't like the idea or concept of getting DNA tests, but if there's ever a question, get the damn DNA test. There's not it's not an insult to I've known a few ladies that get upset about their husband or boyfriend asking for a DNA test. Unless you scared the test is gonna come back wrong, drive his ass down there and get the test. I'll go with you. Come on, let's go.
Dan Skippy, I'll drive you. I will drive you. I will drive you to the test.
I'll admit that if my husband hinted that he thought those kids weren't his, I would be offended. I would go and do the test, but it's going to change our marriage. It's going to change our marriage. It will.
Because you think that he thinks that you cheated on him.
He thinks that I'm running around, and sometimes
and you know that you haven't.
It's and then are you cheating on me? If you're making up these stories about me, right? Like, I can understand wanting to get out of it. That's not the part I really have a problem with. It's more, why fight for custody for me in the first place? And why did social services place me with a person who may or may not be my father? Because nobody tested.
Yeah.
Well, because the initial fight would be because you feel some duty or responsibility to take care of your, a child that's supposed to be yours. But then the denial comes in when you don't want to do it.
Yeah. It's just,
it's kind of what we were talking about earlier with.
It's like you're
Be careful
forcing
what you
a
ask
child
for.
upon somebody that doesn't want that responsibility. If
Right.
you don't want the responsibility, then don't take it.
Well,
Just
I mean, it's the whole thing of be careful what
no.
you ask for because you just might get it.
Yes.
Exactly.
You,
Yeah.
in
So
some
Cody
cases-
doesn't want. Cody really does not want. Truly, he doesn't
Right,
want her.
But I'm saying in some cases, you will fight for a thing because
But
somebody
he's not the
told
one
you.
fighting. Christine is the one fighting.
Well, no. What I'm saying is you will fight for a thing because somebody told you that you can't have that thing. It's not that you independently want that thing. It's just that you're being denied something that you feel like, who the hell are you to tell me that I can't have, custody of my child?
Yes.
And
Well,
you go through the steps. Hold on.
The only reason why he's fighting for that is because he's being made to pay.
Right, but what I'm saying, I'm talking about a different situation.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is you go through all those steps and you go through all that fighting to try to get the child because somebody told you that you can't have it. But once you get it, see what wanting a child and having
now once you got it, what you gonna do?
We all grown
What you
folk.
gonna
We
do?
understand that wanting a child and having a child and caring for a child are two totally different things.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Because nobody, when people talk about, oh, I love being a parent, it's the most amazing thing. What they don't tell you is,
all right. Then wake up at 3:00 in the morning and they done went to bed. Or
there's times when the child is talking to you, saying things to you that you don't like or you don't appreciate. They get their own little mind and and they go ahead. They don't tell you about those things. So like that's one of the struggles that I think that a lot of folks will fall into.
Yes.
Something happened. Okay. A lot of the struggles.
I really do believe that Cody made, like, he likes the pretty parts. Take pictures and look nice.
Right.
And then move on.
But what I'm saying,
that's what he wants. That's what he wants. Nothing else. He don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and your baby's throwing up and you got to go to the ER in the middle of the night, or you found out that anyway.
What I'm talking about specifically is that why local arts, why your dad might have fought for you in the beginning, not realizing, and especially if you grow up in I also want to add this layer. If you grow up in a culture or a society where men don't have the same level of actual responsibility when it comes to the care of the children, you genuinely don't know how hard that shit is.
Yes.
You
That's fair.
what I mean? If you're a man and you go to work and you like, man, I don't understand. Like, she got it so easy. All she got to do is sit at home all day, maybe fold some clothes, cook some meals, and clean up. How hard could that be? That's because your ass ain't doing it.
Yeah.
You're not in the trenches doing it. And when you get custody, I want custody because that's my child. They give it to you.
But then he pays a babysitter.
You have responsibilities that you have to live up to.
And then he pays a babysitter.
And those responsibilities don't take a break because you're tired or you're sick or you want to go hang out with the boys. You still gotta come home and cook meals for that child.
Mommy.
You got to make sure that child is cared for. You have to make sure that you're doing everything for that child. And it's just the reality of it. So when he comes back and he realizes that he failed in that attempt, that's where you get that's not my child anyway. See, because if you're not my kid, then I didn't fail you. I didn't fail.
I already went.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I took her in. That's why I see some commonalities between my father and Cody, because you look bad if you don't at least try. But then my dad had this whole thing like, oh, poor me. Feel bad for me. I got all these kids, but they're not my kids, but I'm taking such good care of them. Yes. Like, oh, it's awful, but look how hard I'm working and trying. Right. And oh, yeah. And so, like, I kind of get what you're saying, because, like, at least in Canada, he would get the universal child care benefit. He would get his welfare. He got.
Sis, I'm not talking about money. I'm talking about love.
I know, but
she's talking about her experience. So.
No, I'm not discounting your experience. I'm just like, you need love. What you needed was love. You didn't need money. You didn't need this, that, and other, anything. You needed love. Am I wrong?
Well, I try to see it from my father's perspective at the time, like why he might have, if he really believed, like I think deep down he knew that I was his. Because like when they had me, when they first got together, my mom was only 15. She was 17 when I was born. Now, am I saying that she never cheated on that man? No, I don't know. I was there, but not really, right? I wasn't aware.
Get it. Yeah, get it.
But what I am saying is when they were, she thought she was really in love. And in my culture at the time, the way you leave your crazy family that like she was extremely poor. They didn't even have running water. Her dad was abusive too, physically. Marriage was her way out.
Right.
And so like, I don't blame that child.
Right.
Because that's what she was.
Absolutely not. No, yeah. I don't blame your mother. No.
Right. Well, my dad.
I
blame more.
I would just merely say that when it comes to some of these situations, that's why I think that as presented, some of the sister wives situations, AUB situations don't work. Trad wife situations don't work because you're training your children, but specifically your girls, to rely on the care and affection and emotion of another person in order for them to be able to provide for themselves. And I think that's debilitating. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And there's and we as women are supposed to know everything, know every damn thing. Literally, I didn't even know how to change my child's diaper. I did not.
Yeah. Same.
I did
same.
not.
Like the first time I held a baby was with my baby. How they let me leave the hospital is kind of crazy.
Yes.
So
y'all gonna let me leave with this child? Are you nuts?
Right? Like, could you teach me how to? Because the thing that scared me,
this is a human being.
This is a human being.
A human being,
and this is just like a little. It's a little potato that can't hold its own head up. And you're leaving me in charge of this, and I was so scared to bathe that baby because of the umbilical cord. I'm like, oh my God, can that get?
Because they say don't get it wet. They say don't get it wet, and then you can't like soak it. Like,
how do I bathe this
you a bathtub? You have a bathtub. Oh my gosh. I love you, sis. Literally, Negla3, look me up. Literally, look me up on Facebook. Please.
I will.
And
I will. As soon as we're done, I'm going to go look you up. I'm not Local Art Witch on Facebook.
No, I think we're probably friends on his Facebook page.
I don't know if I don't know if I joined his Facebook page.
Okay,
I don't use Facebook very often.
There is My Take on Reality Facebook page.
Yeah.
My Take on Reality.
You're here. Did you have anything you wanted
to say?
But
everybody needs to learn this. Or I think we're only members. I think because it's Saturday. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
I've noticed a lot of similarities with Local Art Witch, even though I didn't grow up in a fundamentalist group, but I was in and out of foster care as a kid. From the night of my 14th birthday till I was almost 19, it was consistent. I grew up with a family that my mother put men in drugs before her kids. And so I can see a lot of similarities, even though mine wasn't behind religion, when it comes to how you were raised as well. My biological father had kids from here to who knows what. I'm still meeting siblings to this day that I never knew even existed. And so a few of them he did fight for, and only because it came connected with a check of some kind of sort, not because he actually loved and cared for his kids. And of course, California court system was just like, well, hey, if you're going to step up and this is a one less kid thrown into social services, we'll give it to you without a paternity test. And so I don't know why the system is as flawed as it is, whether it's in Canada or in the States. And it sucks because children suffer when this happens. Absolutely. And I hate to hear that this is how your childhood was. You're very strong in making it through and being the woman that you are today to even share what you've gone through. And for that, again, I'll say I appreciate hearing your story.
Oh, thank you.
When it comes to just growing up having sorry ass parents, I mean, it sucks. And for me, it only made me become a stronger mother to my own kids.
Yes.
Because I'll be damned if I put my children through a quarter of what I had to go through. And if
Amen.
I can stop the generational curses with my kids, then whenever they decide to have kids, it'll be a better future
Yep.
for their children. And if I feel
Yes.
like if I'm saving one or two, then I've done my job while I've been here
Yeah.
on earth. When it comes to the Brown children,
Yes.
like I said, I didn't grow up in a religion of the sort, but I can feel where they felt that they might not have gotten love from the parents that they should have gotten, where they
No.
might not have felt protected the way they should have been protected. And
Yeah.
I'm guilty of it too. I've judged quite a bit of them. I've judged quite a few of the situations that have happened, and only because I look at it like I was always taught you treat people how you want to be treated. And so
You
I
only
sit
get
and
a
think,
slice of the pie, not
if
the
it
entire
was
pie.
me in that situation, would I have wanted someone to fight on my behalf? Would I have wanted my mom to say, to hell with my dad? Yeah, it's going to suck being a single mom, but guess what? You can do it. We can help. It's
Yeah,
whatever,
but you
you
weren't
know?
Yeah.
her. Yeah, but you weren't her.
But again, I'm not her. I'm not her kids. I didn't grow up in the Brown household. I didn't grow up Mormon. And so
Yeah.
when it comes to some of the stuff that we see, the Brown children especially, because they were the
Mm.
innocent parties to
Yes.
all of this, it
Yep.
sucks to know, like, you know,
Yes.
McKelty felt like she was the Brown, what is it? Oh,
Exactly.
the black sheep of the family
Yes.
because she was a little different than her siblings. She didn't jump on whatever bandwagon they jumped on. And she
Nope.
even tried to be buddy buddy with Robyn, and it still left her
Mm-hmm.
with
Yep.
nothing in the end. You know,
Yes.
she's still not, she doesn't have contact with her dad for whatever reason. He's still not coming around to see her
Yep.
or her children. And so Cody's a scumbag. I'm sorry.
He really
I don't
is.
know how
Yeah.
else to say it. He is.
Literally, when McKelty lived there, he stopped coming around.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Well, they got
No,
rid
he
of her
stopped
being the
coming
nanny.
around.
If he
No,
stopped
Her
he
coming
stopped
sister
around,
coming
moved in.
around.
was
He
there.
stopped coming around to Robyn, his favorite wife's house. He really did. He really did. I'm not lying.
Yeah, no, he wasn't there for
McKelty and
anybody.
Robyn said that. Yeah, he wasn't coming, but McKelty was only staying there because she was just trying to get away from all the testosterone or whatever that she felt at the other house or whatever, and then
Hmm.
she didn't have peace.
Well, I didn't hear that. My understanding was that McKelty was over at Robyn's house to help her with her kids, and that was before she was able to enlist her sisters to come and help her.
Yep, that's what I was going to say.
But she
I
felt,
thought it was
she felt seen though by Robyn.
Yeah,
Probably
Right.
for
she
the
felt
first
seen. She
time.
felt heard. She felt
Robyn
loved.
didn't like her. No, yeah, Robyn didn't like her because
Well, Robyn was using her.
Yeah,
Unfortunately.
exactly.
for daycare. Yeah.
Yeah, but it
Yes.
was that false sense of she
Yes.
actually hears me, like she's the one person now in the family that I can go to and talk to.
Yes.
But Robyn was only so-called listening because she wanted to get the scoop
She
on
wanted
Christine so she can
dirt.
go
She
tattle
wanted
to
dirt.
Cody.
That was
Right.
it.
She
She
wanted the
wanted dirt.
tease.
Yeah,
And
but when you're
sadly, when you're a kid, you believe that this person loves you and is going to look out for you and is
Yes.
doing the best
And
by
that's why
you.
McKelty for a second defended her.
Yeah.
McKelty, I think, realizes now, no, she was not.
Well, local arts, but you go ahead first, and then I'll.
With McKelty, when, in my experience at least, when you are neglected, when you feel unloved,
Yes.
you
Yes.
really cling to whatever little scraps somebody will give you. So
Absolutely.
Robyn was treating her as a, like, it seemed like her other family members didn't include her in the older kid group, so she probably felt like people didn't see her for the maturity level that she felt like she was at.
They saw her as weak because she fell off the horse.
Yeah, see, like that's.
Am I wrong?
And well, I'm not sure. Like, I remember watching some of those episodes, and she was awkward. She would just say these things that are quite off-putting, and they still do.
Yeah.
But
yeah, and her and her husband. I don't like Tony.
Oh, I don't like the husband. They suit each other, but I find Tony especially gross.
Yeah.
But something that really bothers me is when Christine moved. Christine began using her daughter McKelty as a drop-off spot for custody, so Cody could no wonder McKelty wanted to leave. Why they wanted to go to, was it California? Where'd they go?
No, they went to
North
North Carolina.
Carolina.
No, yeah,
Carolina.
they went
Sorry.
to North Carolina, but no, hold on. That wasn't McKelty. That was
McKelty moved right around the corner from Janelle and them. She's right down there with Janelle and them.
Oh, because
Yeah.
but hold on. The oldest one, he graduated from Brown. He's a doctor.
Hunter.
Hunter. He went
Christine's
to Johns Hopkins.
Yeah.
Johns Hopkins. I apologize.
Damn,
No,
good for him.
Yeah, no, he's a doctor. Literally, he's a PhD
Good
doctor.
for
He's a nurse.
him.
He's a nurse.
Local art.
MD. He's an MD.
Local art switch. I'm of the notion of always saying we're not privy to behind closed doors conversations. And I'm not defending Christine. I'm not defending McKelty. We don't know what might have been. McKelty could have volunteered and said, "Hey, Mom, you don't have to stress. Dad and Robyn can come to my house, just bring Truly here, and we can do drop-offs here." I mean, we don't necessarily know how
but the
that
thing
went.
is, Dad and Robyn never.
Wait, hold on. Let her finish.
Oh, I apologize. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
I was just gonna say we don't necessarily know what the off-camera agreement could have been, because I've done that with my family members. It may be a cousin, an aunt, a brother, somebody I can't stand, but when it's a child involved, I'm quick to say yes. So if it's you can't stand your ex and the kids want to see their dad, no problem. If I have a free Saturday, bring them to me and I'll be the drop-off person. So I never try to discredit, because I know McKelty loves her sister. And I'm pretty sure she would do anything if it came to Truly. And if Truly's happy and comfortable with saying, okay, I'll go to McKelty's to go see my dad, then who knows how that situation might have come about. And the fact that McKelty is now an adult. It's not like Christine was using a minor child to do drop-off and pickup.
But the reason I wasn't saying anything negatively about McKelty.
I didn't take it. No. I didn't take it that anybody was. I was just throwing out there that we don't always know what the outside or less of not on film conversation might have been.
She's trying to be a vessel, but Cody also doesn't want to come to the East Coast. Cody does not. He does not.
I don't know.
No, Cody didn't want to go to Utah.
He didn't want to. No, he didn't want to go for the scoliosis surgery.
He just
for his child.
Well, he didn't want to
go
right? With, what's her face?
Yeah.
He didn't want to go with Christine or
Yeah, he didn't want to go with Christine during COVID and all this.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's that.
No, that's my baby. You gonna cut on my baby, and my baby's back? Stop. I'm gonna be there.
But to get back to the point, like I think that when you talk about McKelty, I think that nothing happens on an island.
Yeah.
And if you look at how they were talking about they grew up, like in a bigger perspective, Cody spent a lot of times. I always take the position that Cody spent a lot of time over at Janelle's house because she had the boys.
Yeah.
And that's why when we talk about Janelle looking at Cody and maybe being what Linda said, what I used to say, stigmatized. The whole reason why is because her relationship with Cody was different than the other women. So she didn't think she
he said that she was a good lady.
No, well, I'm saying that her relationship.
He said that. He literally said that.
Her relationship was different, is what I'm saying. And then when it comes to Christine's house, she had all the girls, so Cody wasn't coming around. Now, part of the reason why I said that it might have been special over what might have gone into the cake mix as to why it was special for McKelty to be over at Robyn's house is because she found a place where Cody was happy to come all the time. So she would have, by default, been spending more time with her father because she was over at Robyn's house helping her out.
That makes sense.
Could have gave her the feeling that she like, oh, I love this because this is so amazing. But part of the amazing experience that she was having at Robyn's house is that it gave her access to her father that she historically did not have and honestly never would have had over at Christine's house.
Yep.
Right.
So I think that all plays a part of it. Also, to clear something up, Hunter isn't a doctor. He has his master's of science in nursing from Johns Hopkins University, which is, but let's not
still impressive.
I apologize. I thought he had
That's a huge
PhD.
accomplishment.
A PhD is a doctorate.
No, he has a master's.
Okay, so I apologize. I misspoke.
No,
I did misspeak.
It's fine because there were some
Thank
questions.
you. Thank you for correcting.
Kids is a doctor, and how come Truly?
He know more than me.
Yeah,
he's a nurse.
That's all I'm saying. He know more than me.
He's beyond just a nurse. But we had Betty Aldridge with a $10 super chat. Local arts witch. Your experience and willing to talk about it may help others. Thank you for your bravery.
Oh, thank you. That's so nice.
We had Jody Periscala with the $9.99 super chat. Matter of fact, put some hearts in the chat for Jody Periscala. She's going through some things, so we want to support her in that.
Arts witch, did you get the Arts witch?
Person love Jody.
And then so put some hearts in the chat for Jody. Jody Periscala, $9.99 super chat. When you deal with a narcissist, you go and on a push-pull journey before you get there, get the courage and support to get your own power and wake up. I hope the kids protect themselves and themselves and the grandkids. And I think that's a good point too, is that it's, because we talk a lot of times about how they grew up in the church, but when you are in a household with somebody who displays narcissistic tendencies or behaviors, at the end of the day, their behavior is always designed to keep you on question marks and to keep you on your toes. So they're always like pushing and pulling and giving you compliments, taking them away, insulting you, always to make you feel like you have to earn their love. And so that creates an uncertainty that's not just because they grew up grew up as polygamists, but also because of the fact that how they grew up with their dad and fighting for his attention, his love, and the importance that he put on. And that's another thing too, just real quick. Thank you so much, Jody, because you just reminded me of something else. When we talk about them coming into the family, I think that that's also important to note, is that because their moms, they grew up in households where their mothers had chased after this man their entire lives. And so it would only be natural that the children also would grow up in that mindset that they always got to chase after this man to make him happy. And so I think that plays a part in it too. And again, that goes back to, being over at Robyn's house, the fun place where Cody comes over. And Cody showed up with nothing but smiles when he showed up to Robyn's house. We got to his house. He had a problem with it. How come this damn living room is dirty? Well, these clothes ain't folded. Where's my shirt at? When he get to Robyn's house, he walking on a cloud nine. You know what I mean? Especially
Robyn's house wasn't always clean either, though, James. Especially once they got in Vegas.
She could have had cockroaches running across the damn living room floor carrying rats on their backs. At the end of the day, he's happy to be there because Robyn is there. So it's like I said, the whole fairness doctrine does not make come into play when it comes to Cody Brown and his decisions. You know what I mean? So he get over to Robyn's house. Like I said, he kicking it. He hit that brushing roaches off his shoulders and shit.
Yes. He was doing dishes at Robyn's house.
Huh?
Dishes.
He was in the kitchen doing dishes at Robyn's house.
Yeah, yeah, he was cleaning up. You know what I mean? He was busting.
That's so wild.
But that's the difference. And I think that if you're McKelty, you see the difference.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Kids pick up so much.
Now it makes me wonder, did they stop using McKelty as a nanny if she was running back telling Christine, like, oh, well, Dad's always over here. Or Dad's doing this for Robyn and, doing the comparison game. I guess he figured, hold on, you're telling too much of our business over here. So let's just go ahead and hire another nanny.
Yeah, we're going to cut that off. Well, because I think
that you go back to your mom's, right?
Well, because I think you get like a thing where it might not have been done as like, hey, Mom, this is what's happening. But it's more or less the same way Christine thought she was helping her mom. I could see a universe, and again, this is all speculation. I could see a universe where McKelty might go into her mom's house and say, hey, Mom, if you do this, this, and this, then Dad actually might come around more because he comes around Robyn's house all the time. And not realizing that just because he's willing to tolerate things and be happy about things at Robyn's house doesn't translate that he's also going to appreciate you.
Yeah.
You know? And I think that's just the unfair reality of it.
Right.
You know. But yeah, we've been on this thing for 4 hours. So I might have to I got some stuff to do. I gotta finish up. Guys, I'm trying to do this sign and I'm gonna hang up and I'm gonna redo my little office area so I can get rid of that green screen. But
we'll have to retire it.
Yeah, right. Well, so maybe I'll do like pictures for the updates. I should have took some pictures before I started, but we'll see how it turns out. Oh, I was gonna give everybody a chance to do their thing. But Carmel Cuties, did you have a closing statement you wanted to make? I like to give Roundtable an opportunity to say what they want to say. So we just
my only closing statement is my baby girl's been waiting for me to so we can watch, Cody on what is
Special
that?
Forces.
Yes,
The
sir,
Special
Special
Forces.
Forces. So I probably will have something I need to say about it in the comments tomorrow. But I look forward to seeing the new season 20 and the dry conversation about Coyote's house again. But
Yeah.
I don't know. My Sunday night's going to be very interesting because I got, the conclusion of Big Brother. So I'm just excited. I'm home this weekend. I get to relax, catch up on my shows, and then I get to chill with you guys. So it's been a good Saturday today, and it'll be an even better Sunday tomorrow.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Gotta have something to look forward to. That's
Right.
all right. Thank you for hanging out with us, Carmel Cuties. Appreciate you. One of the Mega Mod Squad up in the house. Pretty Not Pretty was here earlier. Local Arts Week, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Yes. Thank you, James, for having all of us. Thank you, everybody, for your very kind comments. If I responded oddly, it's because I'm just not used to taking compliments. And I appreciate the questions. I find it, because of what I've went through and what I see from other sources, it's very difficult for people to talk about. And sometimes the cult you grow up in does not have an official name or whatever. And it's difficult because I can't be like, oh, I'm part of the blah, blah, blah cult, right? And it leads to some feelings of unrealness, if I can use that. But I like to let people know that this can happen in any community, like anywhere to anybody. And oftentimes the people in it, we don't know that we're in it.
Right.
And I don't have a solution for that. I don't know what you could have told me back then to let me know that what was happening to me was wrong. And that's something to think about, right? Because something I've always dreamed about was to be able to go place to place and talk with people, and just let them know, like, these are more typical or more normal. If these are things that are happening to you, then this is something that might be reportable, because if you don't know, then you don't know.
Right.
And James, thank you for having the community and personality that you do. Other people were mentioning the social work aspect. And one of the very first times I got to talk to you, I believe I mentioned that I asked you if you had a mental health education background, because you come across as if you do. So thank you again. Thank you, everybody, for listening. I will be going to the Facebook page. Everybody leave a like. I'm going to leave a like once I drop out of the call. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's not drama. It's dangerous. And that's why I'm intrigued with this show, because it's too real for me. It's too close to home. And so that's why I follow them. Yeah. So thank you, everybody. Have a fantastic weekend.
All right. Well, you know what? I appreciate you, Local Arts Which before you go, I do want to commemorate your participation, as well as, like, we have a few people, and I'm not going to shout folks out, but I will mention Jody Pierce Scholar. Make sure you give some hearts in the chat for her, because she's going through some things. But there's been a few people who've reached out to me that have expressed that they're going through things, and I appreciate you guys coming on and having the courage, displaying the courage and fortitude to be able to share your stories. Because as we talked about before, a lot of times when people are in these situations, they feel like they themselves don't have a voice and they won't be heard. And so it becomes incumbent on other people around them in their community to have that voice for them, to stand in the stead of them so that they, where they can speak, if we can speak and we can shed light on these situations, that I think that only empowers them and gives them the opportunity to be able to break those chains and break free from their situations. If we sit in silence and we pretend like nothing is going on, which has always been a huge problem, when people go through things and everybody pretends like it's not an issue, not a big deal, and everybody turns a blind eye, I know that guy messes with kids, but I won't say anything. I'm just not going to send my kids over to him. Like that kind of thing does not help. It does not help. So I really appreciate you coming in and being openly and honestly being candid with some of your experiences. And we find, like, to be honest with you, I think that you as well as others in the chat and as well as in the group, you put a face to this type of circumstance beyond just it being on a television show. Because TVs have two knobs. So if you don't like what you see or it gets uncomfortable, it's easy to turn it off and ignore it. But when you have people saying, look, this was my life too, and I understand where these kids are coming from, or this is my situation, I think it puts us all on notice that we have a duty to say something and to recognize that this is what's going on. So I appreciate you coming in and being honest with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, abuse thrives in silence. And in my opinion,
violence. Absolutely.
Yes. And if you're an adult, consider yourself a mandated reporter. It would be what I wish the amount of times I've been in a situation where I see something and everybody's like, what do? We don't want to offend anybody. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. Like, if somebody could have called for me, could have made a big difference, right? So thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I'll see you all next time.
All right. Excellent. Thank you, Local Artist Switch. Appreciate you. All right, everybody. That was an excellent roundtable. And we do this weekly, just so you guys know. This is part of the membership benefits or perks. You get to come in. And if you would like to join, all you have to do is hit the link button. You'll come in. And if I have seats available, I will bring up as many people as I possibly can. Because as we discovered, like, we started off talking about special forces, but we ended up somewhere else. And that happens. And I love the organic conversations. I also appreciate everybody who participated in the roundtable. Like, some folks came in, dropped their comment, and they were out, which is fine. But you guys make the show. So I appreciate you guys coming in. And before I go, I wanted to recognize not only the people who did the roundtable, but the people who provided the super chats and their comments. Unlimited Lipstick, Janet, salute. YouTube is my time machine. Ty was up in the house. Marie H. Of course, we had Jody Periscala, the lady with no rivals or peers or standout. And of course, we had the inimitable Betty Aldridge up in the house. Appreciate you guys. And for everybody who participated, especially for, like I said, Local Art Switch, Jody, and the others who come out and tell their stories and share with us what happened to them so that we have a better understanding of how not only sister wives work, but what's going on with our neighbors and our friends and our family and how we can help them and positively impact them. Let me give you guys all that. All right, and we had the mega mods in the house too. We had Lizzie B, Carmel Cuties, and Brittany, not Brittany, the trifecta, the powerhouse, triundum. So appreciate you guys holding everything down. We will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to try to run a shorter show because it's a late night show with the airing of Sister Wives. So I'm going to do my initial reaction. And then on Tuesday, I'm going to do the call-in show. That gives everybody the opportunity to be able to watch the show and call in and give your opinions and your reaction on what you saw on this Sunday Night Madness. All right, we're going to try it that way, see how it goes, and then we'll move from there. thank you guys so much for coming in, participating. Thanks for being positive in the chat. Thank you for supporting one another. That's so important to me that you guys, we feel like we have a community and we can have each other's backs. And nobody is in this thing alone. All right. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. That's my take. I'm James, and this has been my take on reality, members only roundtable. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful rest of your Saturday and have a most awesome Sunday and rest of your week. You heard? 'Cause I've been living life right like I could just die any minute. Go for a ride down the side.